All right, the meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call. Geiger.
Present.
Meek. Meek. Oh, it's behind you. All right.
Is she the first test pilot of the new?
All right, well, I'll come back in just a second. Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson. Here. Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
And one more time, Director Meek, are you there? I think she's trying to talk. Okay, she's here. All right, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving into the DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Thank you very much. All right, good evening, everyone. We have a couple of really great recognitions tonight. So I'd like to get started with Commander Rob Rotherham. Please come on up here along with Director of Safety and Security, Johnny Grusing. Come on up. Rob Rotherham ran our SRO program for the last 5 years. He has been watching the safety of our kids in our school district for all of that time. He's been on calls with us at night, after hours, on weekends. He has dedicated so much to the safety of our kids and our families. And we are just so grateful for your service in that capacity. And we can never thank you enough. Rob is here with his beautiful wife, Carrie, and their 2 kids, all of whom work for Douglas County School District. 2 teachers and a principal. Love it. So we wanted to honor you tonight to thank you so much for your service to our district, to our students, and to our kids. Johnny, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add, but I'm guessing you do.
Sure. So it was still 3 days before my first day on the job, and this guy calls me to lunch. And we met at Old Chicago, and Rob, you had a list of the SROs printed out. You already knew the pitfalls I was heading into, and I still remember where we were sitting that day because it was impactful. I could tell you were invested in the job. And fast forward to months down the road, we were on speed dial. You talked to me all the time. Rob shared information with us as a district probably like no one ever will. And he had the statutes to back it up as well. So I worked very closely with the principals, the building leaders, and Rob, I think because of Carrie working here, you knew exactly when to call at the right time. A lot of it was with Belinda, our dispatcher, but we didn't have to do anything. You did a lot of work for us. So you were an expert in your field. And for me, I was extremely appreciative of the 1 a.m. calls you would respond to. I slept much better with Rob at the helm, and Belinda can tell you this too. If a safe detail would come in at 1 in the morning and there was a 5-minute pause, Rob would be on it. And we just greatly appreciate you. You are a protector for our staff, our kids, and we relied heavily upon you, and we miss you greatly.
Thank you.
Okay, and Director Moore has something to remember us by for you. Director Grusing, don't go away. We're going to take pictures. Good try, though. I saw that. All right, let's take some pictures. Although I feel like, oh, there he is. Okay. Danelle, do you want to come up here? Going to ask Deputy Superintendent Hyatt and Assistant Superintendent Windsor to join us. Okay. Next, we're going to recognize a generous partner donation and individuals whose donation of save stations are making our community safer for all of our residents. I'd like to have Kara Baker and the representatives from Advent Health Littleton Foundation please come up here and join us. We also have Amy Moyle, the principal of Redstone Elementary. So Amy, will you please come join us too? Come on up here. Yeah. Perfect. All right, last week, our school district hosted a ribbon cutting ceremony to reveal a new outdoor public access save station with a life-saving AED at Redstone Elementary School. The save station houses an AED or a defibrillator and is placed outdoors, accessible to anyone 24/7, because so many of our community use our playgrounds or our fields and might be at our schools when our schools are locked. Advent Health Littleton Foundation donated the save station in memory of Kara's father, Ed Walsh. 3 more will be donated and located in each region of our school district at fields that are commonly used by our community. And having just been at the ribbon cutting, what an amazing gift you all have given our school district and our Douglas County community. And it's the gift of life for people who are struggling with heart issues at a time when you wouldn't expect. Kara, I'd love to have you talk a little bit about what this means for you and your family.
Thank you. My name's Kara Baker. Quick recap, I lost my dad to sudden cardiac arrest outside of Redstone Elementary. It was on a Saturday, and unfortunately the AED was locked inside the school where we didn't have access to it. The irony of this is that my dad spent a large chunk of his life getting AEDs inside of schools, and he collapsed outside of one where we didn't have access to one. So I decided to carry on his legacy and make it my mission to get AEDs accessible 24/7. And thank you to Douglas County School District for allowing me to place 4, and especially to the Advent Health Littleton Foundation for supporting my cause and continuing to invest in helping and saving our community. So thank you guys.
Please, I'd love to hear from you ladies as
We just are so grateful for the partnership with Douglas County Schools. Thank you, guys. We're excited to continue to see this to grow over the years. So thank you, guys. As a Douglas County Schools mama, I have 2 kids at American Academy. It feels great to have, to know that we have this in our community.
Sure. Well, Kara did all the hard work, but I just want to acknowledge the Baker family is near and dear to our heart at Redstone. They are just amazing. We adore their kids, Avery and Knox, but Kara's dedication to making this happen has been unbelievable. She hasn't given up. She hasn't stopped. She's pursued it, and her father would be so proud. And we're so grateful to have this accessible to our community, not only within Redstone and our families, but to the entire neighborhood as well. So thank you, Advent Health, as well, for your donation, and we're just so grateful.
And Director Geiger has a beautiful plaque for Advent Health to thank you for your donation, and Kara, in memory of your father.
Thank you.
How about a round of applause for these amazing individuals? All right, pictures. Jason, can we take a couple more? The husband in here. Come on up, get in here. Yeah. Sorry. Get in here.
Ready? The right angle here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, that concludes recognitions for tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, and thank you all again. All right, moving into item number 5, the acceptance of agenda. I do have one recommendation before we approve this. I received an email from Tracy Rainey from the Colorado School Finance Project, and she was called into special session, and so requested if we could move her earlier. And so my hope is to move her at the beginning of all of our study items, so moving her from 11.1 to 10.1. So that's the only recommendation that I would have.
Move to adopt the agenda as modified by the president.
Second.
All right, motion by Geiger, second by Moore. Geiger,
Aye.
Meek. Well, it's still not working, but she
Thumbs up.
says thumbs up. Good, yes. Moore,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger,
Aye.
great, passes 7-0. On to item 6, which is the superintendent updates.
Thank you. All right, well, the new school year is officially underway. Thank you to our board members, cabinet, and many of our executive directors for joining us for the first day of school visits last week. The energy on the first day is unmatched. It is such a joy to see our students, teachers, staff, and families so excited for the new year. A huge shout out to our communications team for the slideshow of first day photos that played prior to the meeting tonight. Thank you to Dr. Gina Templeton and Castleview High School for hosting me and CBS Denver bright and early last Wednesday as part of their morning first day of school show. It was a blast sharing more about our school district and showing off our amazing students at Castleview. The band played right behind the hosts of the show in the Castleview parking lot, and it was really fun. Thank you to our public information officer, Paula Hans, for coordinating this great media coverage. The Foundation for Douglas County Schools led another successful lend-a-hand school supply drive this summer. Earlier this month, they reported they were on track to provide 1,700 backpacks filled with age-appropriate school supplies and materials to students across our district. In July, our district partnered with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office for the first ever I-5 event. This was a community bicycle safety event which took place in the parking lot at Mountain Vista High School, and it was a huge success. Hundreds of families came out to participate, and many Douglas County kids learned about road and bike safety, all while having a blast. Our plan is to host more of these types of events in the future in partnership with not only DCSO, but also our other law enforcement agencies. Everyone had a blast at the Perseverance Scholarship Golf Tournament last month. This annual golf tournament is usually the kickoff to our new school year. It raises funds for the Perseverance Scholarship for DCSD graduates and is also an opportunity for DCSD staff to connect prior to the start of the school year. This year, nearly $17,500 was raised through the tournament. Thank you to the Foundation of Douglas County Schools for their partnership in this event, and thank you to the many sponsors who helped with the event. As you heard in tonight's board recognitions, last Tuesday we hosted a ribbon cutting to celebrate the installation of the first SAVE station in Douglas County School District. These climate-controlled units house AEDs outside where they can be accessed by anyone in the community. 3 more SAVE stations will be installed across our district. And again, they were donated by Advent Health Littleton Foundation and Kara Baker in honor of Kara's father, Ed Walsh. You may have seen communication last week about updated safety protocols being implemented in our stadiums. The changes and reminders are being made proactively based on best practices across our state and the nation in order to provide more consistency across all of our stadiums and to ensure that we have secure, family-friendly environment for everyone who attends events at our DCSD stadiums. The two things that are a change this year over prior years is the implementation of a clear bag policy. We had thousands of clear bags donated to us by Advent Health, so we will have clear bags available at the stadiums for anyone who might not have known about the policy or who might have forgotten. And we will also have portable metal detectors at some of our games. Our partners at Advent Health, as I mentioned, donated 5,000 clear bags, and those will be for spectators who need them. We want to thank our community for their cooperation and partnership in keeping our students, staff, families, and community members safe in our stadiums. And we want to encourage our Douglas County families to attend events in their feeder area. And it's our events are so powerful for building community among our families, among our kids, and certainly among those in our communities, including the members of our Senior Gold Club. Congratulations to Cherokee Trail Elementary, who was named a RAMP certified school by the American School Counselor Association. Cherokee Trail is one of only 10 schools in the state of Colorado to receive this certificate. Cherokee Trail joins 3 other DCSD schools in earning this distinction. Franktown Elementary, Redstone Elementary, and Sagewood Middle School also hold RAMP certifications. We will honor Cherokee Trail at a future board meeting. DC Oaks students, Jace Rodriguez will be recognized as a youth changemaker at the Youth Celebrate Diversity Changemakers Gala on September 13th. He worked with his peers to develop and implement a mentor program where current students support new students in their transition into DC Oaks community. In addition, Jace and other Oaks students created the Phoenix Society, part class, part extracurricular activity, where students gain the skills and knowledge they need to take part in restorative circles within their schools. The day before school started, staff members at Cimarron Middle School spent the morning assembling donation boxes for the Help and Hope Center. To soak up the last day of summer fun, Cimarron employees were assigned groups to compete in a scavenger hunt to collect donation supplies. The items gathered include a variety of both non-perishable and foods and toiletries to help families in need. As they raced between stations, staff members were also encouraged to reflect on the needs of others and share ideas for making a difference in their community. What a great way to kick off the school year. DCSD has launched our very first podcast. It is called DCSD Notebook and debuted with 2 episodes this afternoon. DCSD Notebook podcast can be found on your favorite podcast streaming app, even Spotify. New this year, we will be moving Parent University to a podcast format so that our families can listen to it on demand from wherever they are and whenever is most convenient for them. A Gold Card Club update. We now have over 1,350 gold cards distributed to our seniors throughout Douglas County since the program launched in January. 1,350, that's just amazing. I want to thank the board and the public for your grace as we are implementing an entirely new board document management system, starting with this board meeting. We are really excited about the added usability, transparency, and accessibility the new system provides, but there certainly will be some bumps in the short term. So if anyone in the community is trying to access something and can't find it, please let us know. And likewise with our Board of Education, thank you for your patience as we get this program up and running and humming. So that concludes tonight's superintendent updates. Welcome back to school, everyone.
Great, thank you. Moving on to public comment. Tonight, public comment will be allowing 3 minutes for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. Please also keep comments appropriate for a K-12 audience and adjust the microphone so we can hear you speak. So we'll start with our remote speakers and then move to our in-person speakers. Robin DePan, then Michelle Wilson, and Matt Smith. So Robin DePan.
The first 2 speakers are not online.
Okie dokie. Matt Smith.
Can you guys hear me?
Uh-oh. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. All right, good evening, everyone. Matt Smith. I'm currently running for the Douglas County School Board in District B, but I want to take a minute tonight and talk about some positive things going on in the district. There's a lot to be proud of in Douglas County. Our district leads the entire metro area with a 93% graduation rate. That means more of our students are finishing school and stepping into their next chapter prepared for success. That doesn't happen by accident. It's a direct reflection of the hard work of our students, our teachers, and the commitment of parents across the district. Academic achievement must always be the centerpiece of what we do, and I want to really recognize the progress that we've made. At the same time, with that success comes responsibility. Earlier today, I came across some things on social media that included photos from inside one of our classrooms that I found a bit concerning. I won't dwell on the details, but I trust the district is handling it. For me, it's a reminder that we need to stay laser focused on academics. Our classroom should be places where every student, no matter their background, comes to learn and grow without unnecessary distractions. This brings me to why I'm running, along with my slate mates, with the Common Sense BCSD slate. Our campaign is about keeping Douglas County strong and making sure our schools reflect the values of our community. Our team is focused on 3 key priorities. One is academic excellence. This is continuing the success of this district and ensuring that our district continues to lead the metro area and eventually the state, improving literacy, strengthening math, and preparing students for college, careers, and life. Because college is not for everyone, so those CTE opportunities are equally important. Next, we want to make sure that we're protecting girls' sports and their spaces. Every student deserves fairness, safety, and opportunity, especially our girls, and we can't compromise on that. Last is parental choice. Parents deserve a real voice in their child's education, from curriculum transparency to school options. Family knows what's best for their kids, and we should support that. And we, I include myself in that as a parent of a Douglas County School District student, are trusting you with our kids for, in most weeks, much more time than we get with them. Our kids get one shot at their education. Let's make it count by keeping academics first, protecting fairness, and giving parents a voice and visibility into what's going on into the district. Thank you so much, and I apologize I couldn't be there in person. I had to get whisked off to California for a client meeting. Last, I would like to close off, if I still have a bit of time. I did attend that.
15 seconds remaining.
That was a life-changing experience hearing Tara's story. So very proud of the things going on in the district, and what an amazing person Tara is to have the courage to push forward in such tragedy.
Thank you. All right, are either of the 2 online at this time, Mr. Blair?
They are not.
Okay, moving to in-person, Jennifer Iverson, Ronee Brockman, and then Judy Bramberg. Jennifer Iverson.
Thank you. As Douglas County parents, a pro-public education organization, we stand before you deeply concerned about our school district's anti-bullying policy. This policy isn't just inadequate, it's a dangerous illusion of protection that's leaving our children vulnerable when they need us the most. Let's cut through the bureaucratic noise and look at what's really happening. The district proudly waves around compliance statements about clear policies and confidential mechanisms, but here's a brutal truth their own data reveals. We are completely failing bullied students and ignoring disparities in outcomes. The district set a target that 80% of students should know how to respond to bullying. But look at the actual numbers from their 2025 engagement survey. Only 71% of students agree they know how to respond, and that includes those who only somewhat agree. Nearly 3 in 10 students are walking our hallways without the confidence in their ability to handle bullying situation. That's abandoning hundreds of vulnerable children and failing the community in creating a safe climate and culture. What should break your heart is that 11% of these students, 197 out of just 2,000 respondents, either disagree or strongly disagree that they know how to respond to bullying. These aren't statistics, these are real children who feel helpless, who've likely already experienced harassment and who have zero faith that any policy, principal, or staff member has prepared them to protect themselves. On June 18th, 2024, 4 board members voted to block an anti-bullying board policy designed to protect all students, despite 3 members fighting hard to pass it. You actively rejected stronger protections, leaving a gaping hole in school safety. Superintendent Kane then implemented superintendent policies instead. But here we are, a full year later, and we still don't have data to show whether these weaker measures did anything. Does DCSD even know how we compare to state bullying statistics? Where's the mandatory training for teachers to recognize bullying and intervene? Where are the workshops teaching students concrete strategies? Are all schools engaging in restorative practices so that shame is addressed? Where is the follow-up to support victims? Children deserve better than performative box checking. They deserve a district that implements policies with the urgency that this crisis demands. Because every day
15
we
seconds
delay,
remaining.
there's another child feeling lonely and abandoned, another kid dreading even coming to school, and another student whose educational experience is being stolen by the bullies we failed to stop. Our most vulnerable students pay the highest prices when these policies fail.
Ronee Brockman, Judy Bramberg, and Kim Turnage.
Greetings, Board Directors. It's nice to see you all tonight. As you know, I resigned as Board of Education Assistant Secretary on July 15th. This was a difficult decision, but it came after a prolonged pattern of bullying, retaliation, and verbal and emotional abuse by Superintendent Kane. Despite my commitment to professionalism and service, the environment became intolerable. I could no longer sacrifice my mental and emotional well-being in a workplace that lacks fairness, respect, and transparency. I'm here tonight for two reasons. The first, to ensure the board and public understand the realities of Ms. Kane's leadership of those she views as unimportant and beneath her. And second, to respectfully request an investigation into her actions which violated federal law and the board's own executive limitations. Until June 2024, my performance was never questioned. That changed after I requested a remote work accommodation to care for my daughter who was undergoing intensive treatment at Children's Hospital. Shortly after, I became the target of hostile and retaliatory behavior. On July 30th, 2024, I was blindsided by a performance appraisal stating my role was never intended to be remote, despite Ms. Kane's prior approval. It also included several untrue claims about job performance. When asked, Ms. Kane couldn't provide examples, and she prohibited me from speaking with colleagues she claimed had complained. I took FMLA beginning August 7th and met with HR the next day to raise concerns about retaliation. To my knowledge, no action was taken. When I returned on October 30th, the workplace was even more hostile. I was isolated, excluded from team events, personal and work items were taken from my desk, and I endured ongoing hostility from Mrs. Kane and her administrative assistant. I remained silent for months because I feared further retaliation. In June 2025, I received another evaluation. While generally positive, it included a partially effective rating under interpersonal interactions. When invited to share feedback, I raised concerns about a lack of board input into my evaluation, chronic late submissions from staff that impacted my ability to ensure board packet accuracy, and my discomfort speaking up due to retaliation. At a meeting the next day, Ms. Kane twisted my words, accused me of insulting her and her cabinet, and said I act like a peer rather than support staff, language that is not only inappropriate, but meant to diminish and humiliate. On June 25th, I participated in an HR listening tour arranged by Chief of Staff Colella. I asked that board directors be included, but HR declined, instead seeking input from two of Ms. Kane's close colleagues. The final summary, predictably biased, portrayed me as someone others walk on eggshells around. I was told that I was going to be placed on a strict performance improvement plan despite my
15
positive
seconds
performance
remaining.
appraisal, so more retaliation. On July 15th, I walked into Mr. Colella's office, resigned, and took my power back. I asked the board to investigate violations of executive limitations 1 and 3 related to staff treatment, retaliation, and professional
Thank you.
ethics. I am available,
Judy Bramberg, and then Kim Turnage.
and I could provide documentation and recordings to back up my claims. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Judy Brandberg. Douglas County School District is engaged in a systemic pattern of unconstitutional takings in violation of the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution. First, Sterling Ranch. Filing 6 was represented as a public charter school site. Yet, while my charter appeal is pending before the United States Supreme Court, construction began without a contract, without a deed conveyance, and without lawful approval. That is not lawful dedication. It is a taking under color of law. Second, STEM School Highlands Ranch. Already before the Supreme Court in question 8 of my petition, STEM was seized from me with forged contracts and fraudulent bonds. The Fifth Amendment requires just compensation when property is taken. Instead, fraud was covered up and the whistleblower shut out. Third, Ridgegate and Crystal Valley. Both sites were diverted away from charter access through backroom, under-the-table deals. This constitutes constructive takings, deprivation of property, and opportunity without due process. But the record does not end with takings. The Cora disclosures of August 15th show that John Adams is acting as a charter school while denying its legal obligations. Its contract with CSI will not be finalized until September. Their federal grant was denied. Their budget has collapsed. Their hiring is stalled. The board is unstable. The land is not deeded. Permits are incomplete, and enrollment is already declining. Despite these deficiencies, John Adams has broken ground, marketed itself to families, and presented itself as a fully authorized charter, while simultaneously denying Cora obligations and concealing the truth. This is fraud. It is a racketeering conspiracy and obstruction of justice. The Constitution says plainly, private property shall not be taken for public use without just compensation. Yet here, land, contracts, and opportunities have been seized, concealed, and handed off through unlawful exemptions and fraudulent pretenses. Stop the takings, halt this fraudulent project, respect the Constitution of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Turnage.
Good evening. My name is Kim Turnage, and I'm here to speak about the results of our school climate and safety surveys. I've spent my career as a consultant helping leaders synthesize data from multiple sources to make good decisions. And tonight I offer insights on respect, safety, and bullying data that deserve our immediate attention. First, let's look at respect. 71% of parents believe students are generally respectful of each other at school. Only 47% of our students agree. This 24-point gap highlights a huge disconnect between what adults perceive from the outside and what students are experiencing daily. We should be curious about why respect is so low in our schools. Let's look at safety. 82% of parents feel that students are safe at school, but only 71% of students agree. And this perception varies widely by student group. For example, only 51% of Black students in our district agree with the statement, "I am safe at school." If this board considers only overall averages, like that 71%, important disparities like this will remain hidden. Finally, let's look at bullying. I had prepared comments about the 80% of students knowing how to respond, but someone covered that tonight. So I'll focus on the other district target, which is less than 12% of students will have experienced bullying within the last year. For our students, that's a 15% rate. But that rate of bullying is also disproportionately higher for certain groups. About 82% of the students in our district describe their sexual orientation as straight. The rest, nearly 20%, experience bullying at rates 2 to 4 times higher than students who identify as straight. Students who identify their gender as non-binary, another identity, transgender, or unsure report bullying rates 3 to 4 times higher than students who identify as male or female. This is not just about numbers. It's about the mental health and well-being of our children. Black students in our district experience bullying at twice the rate of Black students statewide, and thoughts of suicide track with that. Over 20% of Black students in our district have seriously considered suicide, and that's double the rate of Black students statewide. We should be asking why. Our charge is to protect all students, not the mythical average student. I urge our district leadership to examine the survey data in ways that go beyond overall averages. We need to be curious
15
about the
seconds
underlying
remaining.
causes of disparities within our district, and we need to discover why students in our district are experiencing bullying at higher rates than students in Colorado as a whole. The well-being of our students depends on it, and they deserve our very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have documents.
Sure, if you'll please give them to Debbie over there. She'll get them to us, thank you. And then I believe we have Robin online.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Good evening. My name is Robin McCann, and I'm a resident of Sterling Ranch and a parent. I'm here to express my deep frustration and disappointment in the board's decision last December to release John Adams Academy to the Charter School Institute. That vote has had serious consequences for our community. I want to thank the board members who voted no. Your leadership and good faith efforts to protect district schools were noticed and appreciated. The release of JAA handed over a future district school site to a charter with no local accountability, little community support, and a clear political agenda. CSI approved their application unanimously, despite citing more than 200 pieces of community feedback, the major in opposition. To make matters worse, CSI had to shut down one of its schools just 16 days before the start of the school year due to financial collapse, leaving families scrambling for options. In light of this, your release of JAA to CSI was a disservice to our district. Superintendent Kane, you said candidly that JAA wouldn't be viable or able to open in time. Yet they are now approved and slated to open in 2026, a full year before our neighborhood public school, Elementary School 51. Construction is already underway at the site, which is deeply disappointing. It was also noted that DCSD never responded to CSI about the land during the review process. That silence, intentional or not, undermines the future of public education in this area. Meanwhile, the JAA board continues to argue and taunt residents instead of building trust with the community they clearly claim they will serve. Families in Sterling Ranch rallied behind 5A in good faith, believing it would deliver a district-led school. Now we are left wondering how JAA's opening will affect Elementary School 51, enrollment, funding, and long-term planning are critical questions that deserve answers. I urge the board and Superintendent King to publicly address the long-term impact of this decision and recommit to putting our districts-led public schools and our students first. The release of JAA felt rushed, politically motivated, and out of touch. Out of touch with the people it affects most. But tonight is not about looking back. It's about what we can do now to protect and strengthen public education in our community. We need advocates for public schools elected to this board. Leaders who will prioritize our students, our neighborhood schools, and our community's voice. To those who supported this release, your actions have eroded trust. Our community will remember in November when we vote for true public education champions. We will see you at the polls. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Blair, can Director Meek, does she have any audio yet? And if not, I think we should maybe take a quick break and see if we can.
So she doesn't, we kind of have to play a little game between the audio. And so I can play it from my computer.
Can we just take a quick 5-minute break? And then we'll just, if I can just, I'll come over and chat with you. 5 minutes?
Okay, yeah.
Is everyone good with that?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to move into the adoption of the consent agenda. I believe there were some items. Hold on. Director Thompson and then Director Myers.
Okay. Yes, so I would like to pull for discussion 8.6, approval of the superintendent request to undertake outside activities, and 8.9, which is the approval of new membership for the Mill Bond Oversight Committee. For that one, I mean, the recommendation will be to remove and add it to the next agenda.
Yep. Okay. And Director Myers?
I would like to pull 8.5, approval of BOE self-evaluation GP 1.8, code of conduct, for discussion.
Okay. All right. So do I have a motion concerning consent agenda items 8.1 through 8.4, 8.7, 8.8, and 8.10 through 8.16?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Thompson. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. We will actually just start in order, so we'll start with 8.5.
I just have, I don't agree that we broke policy by signing a letter. So I just wanted to clarify how us signing a letter broke the policy 1.8.6.
Director Geiger?
I went back. I tried to explain it on my notes, and I continue to believe it. We, as a board, adopted a set of policies, but more importantly, we also adopted a process whereby that kind of conversation was done through our lobbyist. I continue to believe that we have to clarify, if we're not going to have our lobbyist do that, then we shouldn't have our lobbyist do it. If we're going to pay a lobbyist to do it, then at the very minimum, a process whereby the lobbyist is not, or the superintendent is not consulted about addressing legislation, undermines the whole process of having a lobbyist. Whether or not you agreed with the bill, and turns out that the bill had very little to do with the objections that you entered. When we have members of the board expressing themselves as members of the board and not consulting with the lobbyist, not consulting with the superintendent, not consulting with our consulting with our staff, we put ourselves in a position where we may be, as members of the board, undermining the work that we pay them to do. And again, if we are going to have a process where I sit down with our lobbyist and establish that and then assign our lobbyist to proceed on that, we then undermine him if we, especially a majority of the board, signs off on a letter that does not address those issues and does not have it give him a chance to address those concerns. Now, that bill was being changed literally at the last moment. It changed from the time that the letter was signed to the time that it was sent. And this is the danger of having people, particularly in a fast-moving environment, do that. I think if you want to have a different discussion, or whoever's on the board wants to have a different discussion in December about what we assigned to our lobbyists, but we have a one-vote consent rule that once we make a decision, we all stick to it. This was a case where 4 members of this board didn't agree that we should go through the process that we agreed to in December. That's why I felt that. Doesn't mean that I agree or disagree with your position. I meant that we established a process and we should stick to that process. That was my concern. It wasn't meant as a moral criticism or anything else. I just think there is a danger, particularly at the end when a bill is being passed, of us getting involved in areas that we don't understand. Our relationship with legislators is a careful one. It's one that we try to adopt throughout. I was working as a liaison, trying to talk to the board back and forth about this. And when we, again, have a process and it is gone around by more members of the board, even with the best of intentions, we have a problem with that. That's why I put it in there. I thought it was a discussion that we needed to have.
Director Weiniger.
I feel like this would be better to be discussed at our October study session that we have to kind of talk more about self-evaluations, and I think this actually would be a good one to address at that meeting. So is it all right if I motion to table this, or did you want further discussion
Does
before we take
anybody else
motions?
have comment? I mean, I have plenty of comments. Director Moore, and then I have something. Yeah.
And I know we talked about this at the retreat a little bit as well. I just want to point out, I get the logic that Director Geiger is using on this. The only thing that I want to point out is that the day that I signed on to the letter, I reviewed, reviewed the language of the proposed legislation that was provided to us by our vendor that provides us legislative updates. And the language that, a big part of the language that I was opposed to in the bill was ultimately changed during a revision, not all of it, but a part of it. But what it would appear to me is that the version of the attached version of the bill that day that was provided on our legislative update was really probably outdated, that the language may have already changed prior to that update coming to us. And had it, I was very conscious of the position that I took because I knew this bill was changing rapidly over time. And so I wanted to go back and see what was still in the bill and what had been taken out before I, took a formal position. And I did take my formal position on that letter based on what was in the legislative update, which I think was probably inaccurate. And so I would hope in future updates we get that they're really more accurate, because we are in a tough position as board members. And I agree with Director Weiniger, maybe this is a good discussion for the work session, only because while I don't disagree with Director Geiger, if we agree to a process and we're going to hire, what's the word you used, Brad, the group that lobbies for us lobbyists? Yeah, sorry. To kind of work towards our ultimate goals on legislation. The challenge we have is that legislation changes what's going on at the legislature, some of these bills pop up out of nowhere and they change rapidly over time. And we as board members, we're contacted by constituents, people in our community that have expectations, that want our positions on how we feel about certain parts of legislation or entire bills in general. Sometimes there are very deep conflicts, personal and professional conflicts with what may be in a bill. And it is a tough bind to be in, where you feel like you can't speak openly about the legislation, because our ability to do that could actually have a hand in getting the legislation before it's in its final draft changed. I mean, oftentimes the legislature does make changes based on community input, whether it's from board members or other folks. So part of me hates to take away our ability to provide some input, but at the same time, I don't want to work against our lobbyists either, but I hate to lose our ability to comment on certain parts of legislation that could be problematic. So.
Director Meek?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. I was just going to second Director Weiniger's motion to table this for the October 21st work session when we are talking about our board self-evaluation. Seems like a longer conversation, and allowing everyone time to prepare would be really helpful.
Okay, so then I'll save my comments because I could go with that. So Director Weiniger, would you like to make that motion?
Is table the right phrase?
To postpone until the October 21st, yeah.
I motion to postpone item number 8.5 until our October work session.
I second.
All right, so motion by Weiniger, second by Geiger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson? Aye. Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. And then we'll move into 8.6, the approval of superintendent requests to undertake outside activities. Director Thompson.
Thank you. So I wanted just to leave a couple comments before voting on this. The letter outlines that this request to undertake outside activities, and Superintendent Keen outlined like what that actually looks like, that it would be within her personal time. And I want to make sure that we're balancing appreciation for her personal time. I think, though, when we make this vote, that if we vote to approve, that we approve it, granted that it's contingent upon adherence to the conditions that were outlined in the letter, as well as just a couple additional, just so it's super clear that there are guardrails in place for it. Ideally, if we were able to add, like just change the language in the contract, that's something we could consider moving forward, but for the meantime, some of the additions that I would like to add are just that it's contingent that it should not interfere with district responsibilities, meetings, or emergency response duties, request annual disclosure of consulting activities, that it's not going to compete with or conflict with our district's mission or involve the use of district resources. And then, and I also would like to give just personal acknowledgement to what Superintendent Kane in the letter was that this consulting contributes to her professional growth as well and exposure to best practices, which would benefit us as well. So.
Great. Anyone have any questions for Director Thompson on those? They all sound fine to me.
Okay. So then I would move to approve 8.6, granted contingent upon the adherence of those conditions.
Second.
Motion by Thompson, second by Geiger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
All right, and then 8.9, Director Thompson, I'll let you, since you're the one who found it.
Yes, so for 8.9, just a request to move it to the next meeting or the next consent agenda with the updated document. The current document that's attached is a chair letter to the Board of Education. It's not the recommendation for new committee members.
There have been some issues with the new system, so just a learning curve. So would you like to make a motion to table?
No other comments? Okay.
Is that a motion? I'll second it.
No, there has not been a motion yet. Oh, wait, Director Weiniger has a question.
So are we unable to approve it since it's not attached as a, okay, I gotcha, so.
So we'll, yeah, so it is to postpone until to next meeting.
Yeah.
So would you like to make that
Yep.
motion?
So I moved that we postpone 8.9 until our next meeting when we're able to attach the correct documents.
Okay, motion by Thompson, second by Moore. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. On to the approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the minutes from the regular meeting held on June 10th and the board retreat on July the 26th. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
President,
Oh, Director Meek.
yeah, I was just going to note that the June 10th minutes are incomplete. It's actually missing vote information on 2 of the agenda items. I think it was item 24 and 25.
Okay, hold on.
So
Oh. Okay, so my suggestion would be to then approve the June, or postpone the June 10th meeting minutes to the next one, and then, or we can just fix it and just, what's the easiest way?
my recommendation would be to actually have them corrected and made public before voting, given the significance of those votes.
Yeah, let's move the June, okay, so we'll have to take a vote to, we'll just do two separate votes then. Let's just start, someone make a motion on the June 10th meeting.
Motion to table the meetings minutes for June 10th.
Second.
Next meeting. To the next meeting?
Until the next meeting.
Yes, okay.
Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Geiger. Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson. Aye. Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, and then if someone would like to make a motion regarding the July the 26th.
I motion to approve the minutes of the meeting from July 26, 2025.
Second.
All right, motion by Moore, second by Myers. Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson. Aye. Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. And then we are going to move on to our first study action, well, it's technically policy governance for a quick move, for a presentation from Tracy Rainey from the Colorado School Finance Project. Tracy, thanks for joining us remotely on your very busy day.
Well, thank you very much, and I hope you received the information ahead of time. If you've got questions, I'm more than happy to answer. I wanted just to give a little bit of explanation of who we are. The School Finance Project is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. It was created in 1995 and has been supported by the education organization and school districts since then. We are, as I said, a nonprofit, nonpartisan. We do not lobby, but we do provide analysis on legislation or on policies that are being discussed and what that impact may be for school districts. We share that with the member organization, the members who are part of CSFP. And at times we will also be sharing that with legislators. Colleen Doan was on our financial advisory committee for several years. Her participation was greatly appreciated, as she was always very thoughtful and helpful in her approaches, and we'll miss her. Being a membership organization, we do have some of our information that is available only to our members. An example of that is in the packet that you should have received, which is the annual profile reports. As you can see in that, it gives you trend analysis in several areas. And in being able to do that, it is allows you to look and see what those trends are, both maybe on the number of teachers you have, students, the demographics, funding, state, local share, tax impact. So it gives you an array of information. I also think it's important for people to realize that as being a member, you are able to participate in our monthly meetings. We have those virtually, a couple in person as well. And then in that, you're also able to participate in various activities. For example, when we were involved with the adequacy studies for the state, you had several of your staff members take part in some of the evidence-based panels that were helping to include information for that work. The other things that we have been involved with, as you have examples of also in that packet, were obviously some of the impact with the new school finance bill, with the ESSER impact for your districts and the transparency component that was required by the federal government. The things that provide specific information for your district obviously can be very helpful as you're thinking about what impact may be, especially as legislation is moving through. I also included an example of a board presentation that I did for your district back in 2020. You have been active members with School Finance Project, and as we have moved and kind of altered based upon input that we've gotten from school districts, we have partnered with the Department of Education over the last couple of years to do some strategic budgeting. You have also had on two different occasions, you've had members of your staff participate in these trainings. We do host them all around the state. They are not just for rural districts. It is important to note that we've had many of our larger districts take part in it. For an example, we have a district who has brought their entire budget team and have split that out over 4 different trainings so that they have the opportunity to work as a team and be able to think about implementation with some of the suggestions. I also think that it's important to think about the opportunity for you with being a larger district to be able to have share your insight when we have our specifically CFO or budget director meetings, which are monthly prior to our advisory meeting. And that obviously can help really build some camaraderie and to really help support the work that's being done in a way that is not trying to have a lobbying component, but really understand the issues of different types of districts across the state. And I think we've seen over the last several years, even larger districts, as they are tackling and looking at situations, may look very different depending upon what type of impact that is financially. And I know specifically as the new school finance bill was going through, there was lots of challenges for districts who were receiving additional dollars, such as you, through cost of living and the impact that there was, and especially as dollars were diverted from cost of living into different pots of revenue that maybe were disadvantaged for certain districts. And I know Douglas County had a lot of concern over parts of that. We've also hosted our annual conference. Our next one is coming up in September. We've had participants from your district. Again, this year, I believe we have both your CFO and superintendent attending. And those opportunities are also open for board members. So it is important for you to know that as a board, you can participate in our monthly advisory meetings, conferences, be part of those conversations as well. I know that you're giving me about 10 minutes of time, and so I wanted to make sure if any of you had questions, that you have the opportunity to ask those questions. And then I will be happy to provide any other information if you are needing anything else.
Great. Thank you, Tracy. Director Geiger.
Ms. Rainey, thank you for coming. For the public, the joke is that there's maybe 24 people in the state who understand school finance. None of them are in the legislature, but Ms. Rainey is one of them. Ms. Rainey, you mentioned the adequacy studies that were done at the legislative request. Is it true that those adequacy studies indicate that Colorado education, as compared to other states and in the past, is vastly underfunded?
It does. It indicates that no matter which approach you are utilizing, and it really comes in to highlight the challenges that districts have to pay their staff, and the fact that we're constantly struggling to keep up with not only other districts surrounding you, but also to individuals who have like education backgrounds, and they're able to generate much more revenue and maybe be in a much less stressful job. And so that is a direct correlation to the lack of resources that the state has put forward.
I'll just ask you a very blunt question. In order to fully fund Colorado schools as detailed by the adequacy study, do we need a fundamental overhaul of school finance in this state?
I think it's a combination of school finance and of taxing, looking at our tax base, but also then really recognizing the fact that during the, about 12 years ago, Colorado was funding education. About 43% of those revenues were coming from the state's general fund. And that general fund has continued to grow, but the amount of revenue now coming from the general fund supporting K-12 education has been reduced down to 27%. So I think, one, it's kind of looking at priorities. Secondly, is looking at the tax structure to be able to think about what needs to be in place in order to adequately fund the schools in Colorado.
And finally, you're down at the legislature right now as they deal with a nearly $1 billion shortfall in our state budget. Is there any risk, either in this legislative session or in the next, that the school budgets will be reduced?
Well, I think it's going to be very challenging to think that K-12 is not going to be impacted at some point, because they've got to solve a little over $1 billion problem going for the current year that we're in. And then we'll be looking at about another 1.2 to, at least at this point, the least amount of revenue shortfall for the following year when they go back in January. And to think that K-12 is not going to be impacted one way or the other, I think is highly irregular. We haven't seen that behavior in the past, and so I can't imagine them not moving forward with some type of mechanism for reducing funding. That could be also in the way that students are counted. We saw that that was one of the areas of focus this past year. And so that obviously is on the table already, as we know, for next year.
Thank you, Ms. Rainey. What I do know about school funding, I attribute a great deal to you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Director Thompson?
Yep. How long have we been a member?
You have been a member all but 1 year.
Oh, but 1 year since
Since it's about 30 years old. And so, yes, there was 1 year where you were not.
Okay. And the documents that you shared with us, that, so the impact documents, et cetera, once you send those to us, are we allowed to distribute those?
That's fine if you want to, but for example, with the profile data that we send, we never send that out to the public or have it posted, but it's all public information, and so you're welcome to use it however you would like.
Okay, so I was just thinking, like, we have board committees, like our fiscal oversight committee and our mill bond oversight committee, like being able to distribute it to them, or even thinking about like our website, when we're thinking about transparency and accountability, since you guys are a nonpartisan outside group, providing that data.
And that's more than fine. We just make it for you to make that decision versus us making that decision for you.
Okay, and then you had mentioned that you guys aren't lobbyists, but you guys provide information on the impact of legislation, and so you provide it to us, and then you also provide it to the legislators.
So that is correct. So part of the process when legislation is introduced is to be able to see what a fiscal impact there is, and they call that a fiscal note. And the state does an analysis looking at the impact at the Department of Education, but they don't look at the impact of what it means for school districts in many cases. So what, as the new school finance bill was moving through, we did various iterations of updating information to be able to have that available for school districts to understand, as well as for legislators to understand. And and part of the challenge too is when the state is looking at the fiscal note, they don't do updated fiscal notes as often as the bill gets updated. So as things move fairly quickly through that process, it becomes really important in a very timely way to try to make sure that districts understand what that looks like and to have an understanding of, why they may look different than another district. And then thinking about when people think about making a tweak to something, is that tweak going to be helpful or hurtful? And so we just try to provide the information so that districts have that available and they can make sure then that they can use that however they may want to.
Okay, so for example, if you're sending us impact data, that's something then that would be beneficial for us to share with like our local legislators.
Right, correct.
And then, let's see here. You had mentioned that you came to a board meeting a few years back, and I was curious if we wanted you guys, because I'm just thinking in the role of the board and what might be helpful for us. Would that be an option to have like you guys come out and speak to one of our committees? So for example, we've charged our fiscal oversight committee with reviewing things like funding needs and when we might need to put another initiative on the ballot for funding or things like that. Is that something that you guys do? Is that a service that you provide to members?
Yes, it is. And I many times will tag team with a superintendent in a situation like that where I will maybe talk about it kind of at the state level and thinking about then what that means for Douglas County. And then the superintendent may want to expand more, or your budget director, CFO, and be able to talk about, okay, this is what it would mean for us, and this is why we may need to do this in our district. Be happy to do that.
Okay. And then back to the impact of bills, that the portion that's individualized to each district, I would assume that those reports come out pretty timely so that we can use them.
We do our best. As soon as we get information, we will do that. We also always work very closely with Legislative Council to make sure that as we're thinking about what that looks like and the way they are looking at it and implementation is aligned so that we aren't looking at, something drastically different. So yes, we try to provide that very quickly.
Okay. And then my last question I just had was, you'd mentioned the strategic budgeting. And do you mind just providing a little bit more context about what that process is?
Sure. What it is helping districts think about is looking at their strategic plan and then thinking about what their highest priorities are. And then does that align directly with where their resources are being distributed? And how do you look at linking that and then evaluating to see if those things are actually making the difference in, for example, student achievement, or if it's for, looking at recruitment, retention of teachers or staff. So it's about a day and a half programming. We individualize it for every school district so that it's your data that you're working with. And from there, being able to help people think about it not just being, here's my budget that I had last year, and then start, think about, here's the dollars I'm getting this year, but really think about how do you ensure that you are putting your dollars towards your most important objectives, and how do you quit doing something that you're doing that maybe isn't getting the results. And then how are you, who all is involved in that evaluation process with your strategic plan and your budgeting priorities, and what's that timeline look like? And how do you lay that out so that it's very transparent for your community? And what are your communication avenues around that? Who all do you include in that process? So it's a detailed plan. We've gotten very good comments from all kinds of districts around the state. And like I said, it is something that we've had many large districts participate as well as small.
Sorry, one more question. And is that also included in the membership, or are these additional costs?
No, there is no cost for that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for giving us your time.
Thank you, Tracy.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any follow-up afterwards.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to 10.2, the Mill Bond Oversight Committee presentation and the bond update. Welcome forward, Mr. Robinson. It's nice to see you.
Good evening. You will get three of us tonight, so I decided to let you give you some forewarning on that, so you won't have to listen to me the whole time. Before we start, though, I do want to acknowledge a gentleman by the name of John Freeman. Most of you know John. Due to personal reasons, he had to resign, and John had chaired this committee for 7 straight years. So I just wanted to acknowledge him for what he gave to the district in his time. So on that. Okay, tonight you will see me. I'm Joe Robinson, right now presently chairing the committee with John's resignation. Vanessa Hoffman. Vanessa is the secretary recorder for our committee right now, and she also has served as vice chairman on that. And Catherine Whitmore, to my left. Catherine is a senior at Thunder Ridge High School, and Catherine is on her 2nd year on our committee as a student representative. So, and she's been great. So you'll be able to hear from all of us tonight. Am I controlling the slides? Yes. This one?
Yes.
Okay. Nice. My portion of this at the beginning will be just kind of a summary of where we are. And I'm sure all of you remember after the passage of the 2018 bond and the mill levy override, the board did indicate to the committee, to the community, that they would provide a committee that would ensure that these funds were spent as outlined on the ballot. The MBOC was formed, and with 3 major purposes: become familiar with the 2018 mill levy override, MLO, and the bond, monitor the progress of improvements, and ensure the MLO and bond expenditures are in alignment with the ballot language. And that happened right after the passage of the 2018 bond and mill levy. Charge of the MBOC. At its inception, the committee was established to oversee the 2000 bond MLO. The good news is we are now fortunate to have the need for the additional oversight from the committee for the $66 million 2023 MLO and the $490 million 2024 bond. So our 4-year commitment to this committee is now reaching almost 7 years, but that's good because that means we have reason to be here. So we were proud that that did pass. Okay. You've seen this before. The committee has continued to meet quarterly since its inception. These are the things that we do review: the MLO, operating expense, salaries and benefits, expanding the council ranks, increased support for special education, career tech, and security. And then for the bond, capital expenditures, building the 2 new schools, security improvements, facility maintenance, expansion of existing facilities, transportation, and information technology. So this will give you a, go ahead. We did have the opportunity, because obviously the new schools aren't built yet, so we couldn't look at them, but we did get the opportunity to go out and look at the 2 new building sites. And we also had the opportunity to have some staff members with us that are working with some of the bond funds and some in different various positions. So we had two great visits, and you can see a picture of this. And Director Windiger and Director Thompson were also able to join us on this tour. So it was very enlightening. And Jackie had also provided us with some layouts of what the proposed new schools would look like. So it was really helpful to see the sites and see how things were going to be set up, and where would the entrances be, and where would the buses go, and where would the parking be, and that type of thing. So that happened last month. So I'm going to switch and let Vanessa have it now.
No, I'm good. All right, so here we're going to just talk about what we oversee. As Joe mentioned, we have the 2018 MLO, the 2023 MLO, the 2018 bond, and the 2024 bond. And I'll talk about those and show you the budgets from last year for each one. So that 2018 MLO is completely spent, and here is the breakout for that. The 2023 MLO is, here's the breakout for that. Again, when we think about the 66 million, you can see that this is a little bit more than that. There was some carryover for the 2023, 2024 from the SROs, the unfilled positions, and a little bit of equipment. So that's the discrepancy on this slide. And then we were very pleased to have a new bond to oversee, and this is the language from the ballot on that bond. And then in December, staff did a great job on the timing, the issuing of this bond, and you can see the breakout of how that went. Again, you can see too, it has a strong rating from A1 from Moody's and from AA+ from Fitch. So we have a little bit more premium to spend. And the 2024 bond, this is what it was dedicated to. Because of our reporting, we don't have a lot of details, but I know that we are all excited to hear more about and see the progress of the 2024 bond this next coming year. And I know you all will get to hear a lot more about that too.
I did ask Catherine to, as a student member of our committee, just to kind of tell you what her feelings are and her experiences have been being on the committee. She's been a great committee member being a student. So, Catherine?
Exactly what he just said. I don't have any numbers to present right now, but I just wanted to talk about my experience on the board since it's honestly been one of the greatest experiences I've had. I wanted to thank SAG for allowing me to have this opportunity in order to work with the Mill Bond Levy Committee so closely, but as well, it's just been one of the greatest experiences where I feel like I've had a direct voice and a direct effect on such a big project such as this. It's an amazing experience seeing the effects of it, where I get to see students within my own school explore CTE programs, which are underrepresented within the school, and explore careers that they want to go into outside of schooling, and use their high school experience in order to prepare themselves for that. And as well, just additionally, I just wanted to thank all the members of MBOC for just treating me as a member and treating me with such respect. I've never felt like a student representative. I feel like an actual member of MBOC that can have their voice and add their voice, and I've just had a great experience overall. So I wanted to come up here and say that MBOC is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Yeah. Okay, in summary, the flow of detailed information to the MBOC has increased throughout our tenure. I'll guarantee you this has been a lot easier with the second bond than it was the first one, because we obviously had not been through that before. And so between working with finance and operations, it's been much easier. Expectations, everybody knows what the expectations are, and they have provided us much more detailed information. A new reporting system was for the 2024 bond was created by staff. And again, that's given us a lot more detail than what we'd had initially with first bond. And it's been great having that information. The staff continues to provide the committee with both summary and detailed list of all the projects, including the construction of new schools. That will be different for us because this will be the first bond that we've been in with the construction of the new schools. So that will take some learning probably. And the report shows the initial project estimates, updated estimates, and actual spent to date. So we now have spreadsheets that will show what's been encumbered, as I said, the estimates of that, the updated estimates, and then what actually has been spent to date. Our new board members have continued to show great initiative and interest. in the process and the committee. Yeah, please. Lessons learned. We did learn a bunch of lessons. The last time that John reported to this board last year, there were some lessons learned. Clear and specific ballot language. We know there were some issues with the 2018 with the language. This one, there was not any issues. The language is specific, it's clear, and there's no question about how the funding can be. So we appreciate that. Consistent and detailed public available information, like post the bond on the website. Everything was up front on the website before the bond was even voted on. And since that time, I think you're all aware of the bond map that's now available. Again, special thanks to Mark Blair and Stacy Rader for putting that together. We have gotten nothing but positive comments on that document. I mean, I don't know, anything you want to know is there. It's just that simple. Click on your school and you can see exactly what you want. It's just great. 3, official detail and posted websites, policies and processes put in place to guide and explain changes. We did have some issues with the last bond where some changes were made that the committee was not made aware of. That's not been true lately, and as we know of right now, there has not been any major change orders that have come through from the initial vote. So we're clear on. More consistent, in-depth, and detailed financial expense information, as I indicated. The reporting's been great. We've gotten what we need from finance, and they've been very willing to give us and help us with that detailed information. And then the last recommendation that John gave you last year was that for a bond size of $450 million or greater, break the issuance of the bond into 3 cycles. This bond has been broken into 2 cycles. So we do appreciate the fact that consideration was taken into place. And cycle 1 has been issued already. Next steps, continue to monitor the 2018 and 2023 MLO. Continue to monitor the 2024 bond and second issuance. Continue to work with staff, the Board of Education to provide oversight. And one of the issues that we're having right now, we are having trouble continuing to keep members. And so with the new bylaws that were passed by the board recently, we have had to restructure our committee to meet the 4 regions of the district. And so we're now working continually to hopefully get some new members on the committee on that basis. In summary, I'll just read it. MBOC can report to the board, residents, and stakeholders of Douglas County that we find all expenditures for the 2018 MLO, 2023 MLO, and the 2024 bond expenditures to date were in alignment with the ballot language approved by the voters. So we are very comfortable right now. The last, give you a feel, not Director Winiger and Director Thompson obviously aren't staff, so board liaisons. And then Jana, Colleen, Jackie, Rich, Eric, and Jenny. And I'll be real honest, with John's resignation, we got caught short. We were not expecting that. There was a lot of information that John had that we were not able to get to. And so I've got to thank the staff. They've been one over backwards to make sure we can get this thing turned around and we get the information that we need on that. So if you have any specific questions regarding the finance part, Jan is sitting behind me. No, she said she may not know. So this one obviously is very general at this point because we just started the process with the new bond. So next year's will be a lot more detailed than this one. But if you have any questions of any of the 3 of us.
Sure. Well, first, thank you so very much for presenting for us. Catherine, I have to say, thank you for coming to our board retreat. I know that was like all the way out in Larkspur, and you were the student that came, and I just find you to be very confident and very, you're willing to speak up, and that speaks volumes for you, so great job. And then I also want to say I agree with the website. It's phenomenal. You can go click on all those things, so that was really great. So thanks for all the work everyone put in around that. And then just a quick question, just if you give an overview on any discussions that you guys have, let's say, when something may cost more or less than what we had initially thought it might be. For instance, the Legacy Campus, we were able to get for a lot less money than what we had budgeted for. So what kind of question, or what kind of discussions happen when those things happen, and or if it costs more than what we had anticipated?
Typically, when those happen, and we can, especially now with the new reporting, we can really see it. We finance operations, depending on who is, or Eric, as far as with his position. And normally, what we'll do is we'll ask those questions, and it's up to staff to tell us why, what happened, why we made the change, what caused that, what are we doing to correct it, and that type of thing. But yeah, staff's been very willing to, if we see the change, and I'll be honest, so thank you to staff, both Operation Finance, they have been telling us where the changes are. And so that helps when they come in ready to explain why we had to make an adjustment from what we originally had put in there. But they've been very willing to indicate what that change was, so we could tell the community if someone asked on that.
Great, thank you. So Director Weiniger.
Thank you, Joe, for stepping in on this. I know it was a lot of shuffling when John retired or resigned, so I'm very thankful for you for stepping in and stepping in strong, because I know you guys had put this together virtually. There wasn't even, our meeting got canceled. That was supposed to go over this, so you and Vanessa came and got this settled with the staff. So thank you so much for doing all that. And yeah, the field trips are a big perk of this committee. It was really cool to see the school sites, and even though they haven't broken ground yet, we'll get a presentation about the bond in a little bit, so I won't go into detail there, but it is really cool to see where our students, the view they'll get, and just all the plans that we're expecting. And so, yeah, I know there's not much to update right now on the bond yet, but hopefully we can get the public excited to keep going to these committees. But it's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Geiger.
Good to see you again, Mr. Robinson. We've worked together on a couple things before I came here. And again, I appreciate you stepping up. You've been a loyal assistant to the district. You've talked about, and I knew this was an issue Mr. Freeman had, about the flow of information to you. And that you feel that is improved recently. I appreciate that. I just want to make it clear, does the committee feel comfortable if there were concerns in communicating those back to the board through their liaison or through their information? I think you're holding us and the rest of the district accountable. Honestly, I think that's one of the reasons we passed this bond 60-40. There were a lot of other issues, including learning from your last recommendations. But I want to make it sure that you feel like there is no impediment to you coming back up with information and with concerns.
My answer to that would be yes, and really because of staff again, but basically because of Director Winiger and Director Thompson. They have been in our meetings, they've heard the discussions, they know if we have a concern, they know what it is, and then there is a discussion in our meetings about, is that something that needs to go back to the board? Is that something that needs to stay with staff and adjustment made? So, yeah, Director Wagner, it works out very well. I mean, the two directors up here have really made that very simple as far as that decision is, because we do have that discussion with them. Where do we think this issue or this concern needs to go? Have we solved it? You know, if it needs to go back to the board, then that decision is made actually by the two board members.
Thank you, sir.
Is that fair, directors? Kind of put you on the spot.
Thank you. So thank you for your presentation today, and thank you for taking up this leadership to make it possible. And Catherine, nice job. I have to point you out as well. You are an excellent contributor to this committee, and so I'm grateful for it. Your questions are always fantastic, and you're just impressive overall. So very impressed with you, and you can see that you've left an impression on other directors as well, which I'm not surprised by at all. And I appreciate you guys acknowledging John Freeman. He took this role and his responsibilities very seriously, and our district is better because of the service that he provided. So thank you for acknowledging those contributions. The one piece that it was already touched on a little bit through Director Williams' question. And this might be better or easier for staff to answer, but when we're talking about the new reporting that's been rolled out, so that was their response to lessons learned, the number 4 option. I know when it was presented to the committee, it was very well received, very excited committee when you guys showed that report and how it would look. And I know that both Director Weiniger and I have brought it up in committee updates, but do you mind just providing a little bit of details? And I wonder if there's a way that we can show the board what that would look like somehow, show the board what it looks like, just so they can see it.
I'm going to call a friend, is that legal?
Phone a friend.
Hi, thank you for that question. We can bring it to you in a future meeting. I think that would probably be the easiest way to do that. The new reporting is very streamlined and shows the original information. We were very clear on this budget or on this bond question, exactly where that money was going to be spent throughout our system. And so this new reporting shows exactly what was given to the community when this bond was passed through their votes. And then we show exactly what we spent by line item for those, and then what we project that to be, if we project it to be staying on budget or not. And the committee can very easily see where any of those variances might be, and there's a notes off to the side that explain exactly where those variances come from. We haven't gotten there yet, but I think we have a very good understanding of what's going to come to the committee when projects change or a scope might change or new projects might get added along the way if any of those things change. And so I think we just have this better understanding of the information that needs to flow to them and back to us, and then what we should bring to you guys for that final approval. So I think it's working really well. All streamlined on one sheet and then a good summary up top, so you can just do quick glance or really get into the details if you're more detail oriented.
Thank you for that. I also, you guys did a great job explaining how great staff is at explaining what's happening with the bond. And one of the questions was if there's, if the expense went up, but they also get an opportunity to see when staff is proactive on saving money when they're anticipating changes or prices to go up. So do you mind just talking about the bus situation and how being proactive helped us save money?
Yeah, thank you for that. So I think we all know that economy has changed quite a bit since we developed this budget plan or this bond plan. So in anticipation of tariffs that might be coming our way or price increases that we are hearing throughout our communication with different industries, we have great professionals on our O&M and construction staff that are really in tune to that market. And so in anticipation of some increase to vehicle prices that we heard through the grapevine was coming, we very proactively got on those vehicle purchases and purchased them ahead of time, and that will be saving us money in the long run. There's also conversations around steel or boilers or all those kinds of things that might be coming with significant price increases in the future, and how we can start ordering those things ahead of time before any price increases come along. So is that what you were looking for? Okay.
Thank you. And thank you guys again.
All right, great. Thank you very, very, very much. And
Dr. I would like to make one comment. Catherine has been so good that when we restructured our committee because of the boards, did the bylaws, we are now, Catherine will be a senior at Thunder Ridge, and she's been busy this summer. I've been trying to get a hold of her, and she's been in about 14 different camps, I think, this summer. But we're looking for a junior student, either from the superintendent's leadership group, or actually the new bylaws will allow us to do any student. So we've got another student that will follow in behind Catherine and will be there for 2 years also. So we're trying to get a rotation. So we've got 2 students on the committee. One will be 1 year, and then the other will be a 2 year. So we do appreciate their input. So
it's great. Thank you.
we thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks for your time tonight.
Okay, I will be playing the role of COO Jackie Millay tonight, along with Jana Schleisner here. Jackie is downtown in some intense negotiations for our district, so she needs to be there, and Jana and I are doing her presentation here. Whoops. All right, we'll get back to it. It's coming. That's later. It's the same presentation. It was, you had it up a second ago. Yeah, it's the same one. We concatenated it all together. Should be right after. Hold, please. We'll get right to it. Sorry. Thanks. Thank you very much. No, not at all. We're still working with the new tool. We had concatenated 2 presentations into a single PDF, but then, yeah, we're working on it. All right. So a little bit about our bond updates. So as Joe mentioned, we have issued $270 million. Of that $270 million, $55 million has now been obligated. And we have what we call our Big 5 projects. So for our new elementary schools and the Sierra Edition, so those are 3 of the Big 5, the construction document development is underway. So we've passed schematic design. We're working on some initial pricing based on that schematic design. And now we're doing the construction documents. So this is where the big architectural plans are being developed. We will have guaranteed maximum prices this fall. So we've gotten some preliminary information, but we'll be putting guaranteed maximum prices in front of you for those 3 projects. All 3 will break ground in about January of 2026 with an opening in August of 2027. And of course, our community engagement on all 3 projects is ongoing. I will tell you that you heard Jana talk a little bit earlier about pricing and tariffs. So everywhere that we can, we have ordered everything up front so that we can lock in pricing before there's any kind of potential future impact. With our big new construction projects, that's a lot harder to do until we have all of those construction designs. So we can't order steel, for example, until the construction documents are done. For that reason, we do anticipate that our new construction projects will cost more than what we budgeted, just based on inflation and potential impacts from not being able to lock in pricing right now just yet. As you saw in the previous chart, very transparently, we have some bond premium that was raised from that first $270 million issuance. So any kind of unexpected cost on the new construction side, we will be more than covered between contingency and bond premium. But before you all went off and spent that in your heads, I just wanted to be sure to say that out loud. We're trying to be as conservative as we possibly can because we recognize that we're in a very volatile economy based on kind of where we were. Okay, so I'll start with elementary 50. So this is the elementary in the Lyric community, and we've got some really nice pictures. Was it last weekend or the weekend before? We had a lovely ice cream social out at the site. So lots and lots and lots of young families in the Lyric community. So many strollers in the same place. It was amazing, including cute little twins. I can't. So cute. So future elementary 50 students are already gearing up. And then this is just kind of elementary 50 from the back and the main hallway. And then elementary 51, which will be in the Sterling Ranch community. We've also had a social out there, so we're continuing to engage both communities and all the families and young children who will be the future attendees of these schools. And we're very excited. In Sterling Ranch in particular, we have something in their newsletter every single month because we want to make sure they're seeing the progress, even though a shovel won't go into the dirt until January of 26. So just because they don't see anything happening on the site doesn't mean that there's not a lot of frantic construction drawing happening. So we're continuing to keep our community engaged in that sense. Here's the rear entrance and the main hallway for elementary 51. And then we're really excited about the changes to Sierra Middle School. This one also, as with the two other schools, will probably slightly overrun. Again, at Sierra in particular, there were some unexpected costs because Sierra is a very, very old building. And once you start to kind of pull that apart and dig into the details, they get expensive. So this is the front entrance of Sierra. Notice the Doughboy branding. We're very excited about that. Getting our branding on all of our schools and the addition in the back. And then here's a little bit about the layout of the new addition, if you have any interest in that. Okay, then the other big projects, we have our CTE additions. So if you'll recall, we're adding automotive to Highlands Ranch High School, which is on the west side of I-25. We already have automotive on the east side of I-25. And that construction development documents are underway for Highlands Ranch High School and for Douglas County High School, where we are adding cosmetology. So now we'll have a cosmetology offering as well on both sides of I-25. And those guaranteed maximum prices will also be available this fall, and those are looking pretty good with groundbreaking in 26 and the opening in August of 2026. The additions to Legacy Campus, same kind of structure. Construction document development is underway. We will have guaranteed maximum price in the fall, groundbreaking in October of 2025. So that's even a little bit earlier. And the school will open for our students in August of 2026. These are both very ambitious. I'm really proud of the team for hitting the ground running so that we can get these career and technical education offerings open for our kids starting next school year. And so here's some pictures of the Legacy Campus, south and east facade, as well as Highlands Ranch Automotive CTE programming and where that will fit in. And you can kind of see the classroom layout for Highlands Ranch High School Automotive. And then the cosmetology at Douglas County High School. I just had a family inquire about cosmetology, I want to say a week ago, and they wanted to know if they could get in. And I was informed that our wait list on cosmetology is almost 200 students. So this will be full immediately with a wait list. Here's the layout for the cosmetology program at Douglas County High School. Okay, a little bit about our timeframes. So in the Highlands Ranch community, our CIP packages were broken up into two, Package A and Package B. Package A is a lot of the more urgent things and the things that we can do more easily and more quickly. Package B is some of the bigger projects that will take a little bit longer for us to be able to do due to having architects involved and having more of a runway needed for getting permitting, et cetera. So Highlands Ranch Package B, will be done by 2028. B, that's the more immediate package, will be done by 2027 or in the 2027 year. And likewise with Parker, Castle Rock, and our charter schools. Our charter schools are starting a little bit later because their needs, our charter schools tend to be newer buildings than our neighborhood schools, so their needs weren't quite as urgent. So we kind of listed, an urgency because we can't hit all 93 schools, all at once. So the charter schools are going to wait till 2026 due to the difference in urgency. Our growth and decline modifications have already been designed. So that's the modifications to the buildings that are being consolidated into We are so excited about what we're going to be able to deliver in those buildings for our kids and for those newly paired communities. So those modifications will actually happen over the course of this school year so that we can open in August 2026 with, a brand new ribbon on a newly refreshed building that, has a new name and a new identity and a new community. Safety and security upgrades have already begun and will continue to 2027. Our IT refresh has already begun. You heard a little bit earlier about bus and vehicle replacement. We'll go into that in a little more detail in a minute. And then our special education enhancements, the conceptual part is underway. And we'll be starting those in 2026. And then our 24, 25, the rest of the bond work, the capital renewal and replacement, we were able to do so much of that in the 24, 25 school year. So again, I'm so grateful to our team for all the work that they have done to be able to truly hit the ground running. I can't tell you how many first day school visits I personally made, and I know that everyone else did too, where the principals were over the moon that they've already gotten their new carpet or their new playground or whatever it was that was part of their renewal. It's amazing what new carpet does for a school and for the way that the people in the school feel about their school. Really great things have been happening all summer. And so a lot of our LED upgrades have been done, and a lot of our intercom projects have been done. We were doing new intercoms in every building, so that's ongoing work. Flooring, I went to Redstone Elementary, had not only new carpet, but new vinyl flooring that looked like a wood floor. I mean, it just modernizes and warms up the space so much. The track and turf replacements have happened so that our kids can use those right away. Theater, sound, lighting, and equipment upgrades, that equipment's all coming in, so we're getting that done. Bus and vehicle replacement, so we have 35 general ed buses, 31 special education buses, and 17 fleet support vehicles, all with pricing locked in, on order, expected to arrive this fall. So safety and security upgrades are well underway. I mentioned the growth and decline, facility modifications, and the information technology refresh. And before I go to questions, I do want to introduce a new team member to all of you. Mark Seglem is here. Yeah, come on up and say hello. And we have to introduce Mark's service dog, Toby, too, who I think I'm a little bit in love with. Mark is our new bond director since Jackie Millay has stepped into the position of Chief Operating Officer. And his assistant, Toby, will be making sure, I love this dog, we'll be making sure that our bond dollars continue to get spent wisely, quickly, and in service of our students and consistent with the taxpayers. So welcome, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I welcome any questions, and I've got Jana up here to help cover.
So that was a lot of exciting things. I just have one question about, you had said we are probably going to go over budget on a couple of our projects. So the question I have is where are we pulling that money from, or what is not going to get done because of that?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. So we have contingency, and I'll let Jan, actually go for it.
We have two things that will help us out. We have premium that we were able to sell the bonds for a little bit more because of the market that we sold it in and because of our good ratings with the rating agencies. And then secondly, we quickly invested that money with an investment advisor who got us in some longer term investments to match with that cash flow, the spend that we're predicted to have. And that's going to bring in another 15 million for us through that investment program. So with both of those, we'll be able to cover those overages. And right now we're not anticipating having to cut anything. It's just we won't be able to add anything new with that additional money coming in at this time.
Great, thank you. Director Geiger.
First of all, thank you very much. I was also in some schools that got a refresh. I think it is important, we passed the bond with the 60%, slightly under 60%. That does not, however, mean that we could ignore the fact that 40% of the people in this district had some concerns. Some people were very adamant about it, including one of our commenters tonight. I think that continuing to show both the MBOC, showing the responsibility, but I also think showing current progress is important. I can tell you that parents in refresh schools, it is astonishing to me what new carpet does, what new paint does, how a school looks. More importantly, I've talked to principals and teachers who are so happy with the new intercom systems, which make them feel much safer, much more in control of their buildings, and that kind of thing. And I think, as we've talked about in the past, this is not our last bond. And I think by spending this one well, in both visible and invisible ways, we do a good job. So thank you for these updates. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to a little shovel and a hard hat in January. I'm sorry that some of my colleagues will not be there as
I'll
members of
still
the
come.
board, but they are certainly invited to be there to help us do that. I will ask, is there anything that we are concerned about that could possibly delay any of our major renovations? I know that other districts have suffered some situations where they are pushing stuff off another year. Do we have any concerns about any of that in terms of our major projects?
We do not have any concerns at this time. Everything is running exactly as we expected and right on schedule. Now, I don't have a crystal ball, so definitely things could happen. A bad winter, there's definitely a lot of possibilities, but we believe we have built in enough common sense contingency time that we should be able to make the schedules. So it isn't a concern that we have at this time. If it does become a concern, it's definitely something we will raise.
Dr. Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. To add on to what Director Geiger mentioned, our students are definitely very aware of their school environment, and we even saw that in our student survey. They were our harshest critics when we asked if their school is clean, safe, and well-maintained. So they notice it. We know it impacts learning. We've had those conversations in the past when we were deciding to put the bond initiative on the ballot, and so just wanted to circle back to that. Do you mind speaking a little bit to the collaborative process behind the building designs?
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to that. And actually, I'm going to have Assistant Superintendent Windsor and Deputy Superintendent Hyatt, if she wants to pop in at all, talk a little bit about what that process has looked like.
Thank you for the question. It has been a process. We've had a chance to obviously work with architects as well as bring in representative departments throughout the district to be able to give feedback. We started that process very early on around developing the design groups to be a part of that. We've been fortunate enough to be able to hire those principals on early enough, so our principals have had active conversations, but we have specialized meeting that we have built for the technical specifications in the sense of building these buildings to make sure we're actually establishing those standards as we move forward. So as we talk about future bonds, we have those technical specs that we're really spending some time on, but we've reached out to a variety of groups, whether that be security team, to our library, to nutrition, to school leaders, to at the entire, the list could go on in the sense of the number of folks that have been built into that process for us as well. We've also been able to visit a number of sites throughout the state with around like designs in certain areas, just to be able to get feedback on functionality, safety, et cetera, just to make sure we're not just looking at it from an isolated lens.
Yeah, Assistant Superintendent Windsor spoke to that very well. We have spent hours and hours and hours of time through the design processes in each of these major projects, and it has been a huge collaborative effort to get the designs that you just saw a little bit of a snippet on this evening. But it has definitely been an inclusive process in terms of involving every department. Mr. Windsor had just mentioned, as well as many others he did not mention. And so we are very excited about where we are at this stage and how the programming is going to support all of the needs of our students. So.
Thank you. So one thing that has been very apparent to me through this process, especially when we went with MBOC to the site visits and we got to see the blueprints and some of the ideas behind the decisions that were made. And so these buildings are, really functional and thoughtful when it comes to how lighting works, how the appearances when you first walk into the building, the access to the library, this purposeful open space. So it's really amazing and unique, and I know that could be a whole hour presentation on itself, or by itself, but yeah, so thank you for building on that. Just wanted to make sure that the public got to hear that. And then the other question I had are we able to adjust, or is there a need for us to adjust based off of updated enrollment projections for our new schools?
Thank you for that question. There is not a need to adjust right now based on our projections, and we won't. We'll continue. In other words, we're not going to suddenly redesign them as smaller or bigger. The sizes are pretty set. They'll each hold about 700 to 750 students. And again, if we could go back in the Wayback Machine for a lot of our existing areas, had we had schools that were designed for about 700 to 750 students, we would have fewer of them, and even with declining enrollment, they would be very self-sufficient still, even if they only had 450 students. So we were very thoughtful about looking at kind of what we've learned from 30 years as Douglas County and building schools in Douglas County to be as efficient as we can with our taxpayer dollars. On your comment about the schools and how beautiful they are in open space, I also do want our taxpayers to know that they're going to be incredible, and they have beautiful spaces in them, and they are both 2 stories, so they are more efficient designs in terms of, the bathrooms and the different components. They cost a lot less being a 2-story structure with those design efficiencies than they would if we made it a 1-floor sprawling structure. So we really balanced the needs of the taxpayers and being really responsible with our taxpayer dollars with having beautiful spaces for our students.
Okay. And then I think most homeowners know that whenever you do renovations and you take off that first layer, that you identify, new costs and new needs. Have we identified new large capital needs through our updates so far?
We have identified some new needs that we didn't know about already. As I mentioned, Sierra definitely falls in the category of you peel away that first layer and you see a few things. So there are a few cases where some of our scope is increasing a little bit because we do need to take care of the parking lot, and we do need to take care of various things that maybe we weren't expecting to. Anyone who looks at a satellite image of Sierra Middle School can't look at that without knowing that the parking lot has to be blown up. So there are, various things that are being identified that we're trying to add in as much as we can with our existing dollars. We're also trying to be really thoughtful. Some of our master capital plan, just the way it's happened over the years, have been like, this school is due for 1/4 of their carpet to be replaced. Well, like, if we're replacing the carpet, let's replace the carpet instead of paying to come in 2 years later and replace the next quarter, and then 2 years later to replace the next quarter. So we've also tried to fix some of those timing disparities so that we can be as efficient as possible with taxpayer dollars. Lastly, we have learned a lot of things that we will need to put into the master capital plans for our schools moving forward, because we do still have significant needs. I know the bond was a very big bond for Douglas County, but with our, we have over 100 buildings that we're responsible for, and they continue, the needs have piled up over the last 20 years in a very significant way. So we're trying to go through those as quickly as we can.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank COO Malay for putting this together. Thank you.
All right, on to 10.3, I guess at this point, family, staff, and student survey for a 15-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A.
Awesome. Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to share the results of our survey from this last spring. This is a conversation you all had requested that we give an update, and we're excited to provide it to you tonight. Some background information: we administered this survey, which is actually a series of 3 surveys for 3 different stakeholder groups. You have students, you have staff, and you have parents. It was administered in April, is what our target zone was. We were able to execute those surveys during the allotted window. Prior to actually administering these surveys, we spent time the previous year working with our district leadership team to come up with constructs to design the survey around, which is this next slide. So working with the district leadership team, working with principals and other staff members, we did a brainstorming activity where they started brainstorming different questions and different constructs that they wanted to gather information from all three stakeholder groups. So there was culture, climate, school leadership, academics, learning, physical, social environment, and district leadership. We also incorporated one that identified and asked participants to rate their top 3 strengths for the district. That was one component as a top layer to be able to look at. All 3 surveys, we had a little over 7,800. So as we continue to look forward, we would like to create some muscle memory with our community to increase that number. So this first year, we thought it was great to be able to get 7,800. In future years, as a data person, I would continue to like to get more and more and more. So part of our lessons learned is to look at how do we engage stakeholders earlier, more often, set the stage, make it something that people know it's coming, making something that is just a pattern that this survey is going to be administered at that very same time of year. You can see the general breakdown between families, students, and staff. We had roughly 2,600 families and guardians, a little over 3,000 students that were 612. We identified middle and high school as a starting point for this survey, with in the future identifying elementary as kind of that next step. But again, we want to be able to get that muscle memory. And then we also had a little over 2,100 staff participate in that survey as well. Some top strengths across all groups, some things that we were looking at, just a broad overview based on the data that was that came in. All 3 groups generally had identified the academic programs as something that was a highlight. You can see that when they identified the 3 strengths. Also the variety of classes and co-curricular options, which again is not too surprising given the fact of us spending a lot of time and energy on pathway work. We're very excited to see that because we have more pathway work just connected to our last presentation regarding the bond. A few highlights for different groups. Families praised the quality of staff, which is always good to see. Students noted a safe and secure learning environment, and of course staff celebrated the quality of their colleagues, which is always good. From a general design, and we'll actually go to the dashboard to look, it's 3 surveys, but we wanted to keep the constructs across all 3. So we asked similar questions across all 3 wherever appropriate. So this is an example of school safety. You can see the questions that were asked across all 3 different groups. Similar construct, but we just worded the questions a little bit different. The idea here is to be able to see, do we see any differences between the different stakeholder groups within each of the different questions and within each one of the different constructs. Another example of that would be the academics and learning. Looking at across families, staff, and students, are there trends between the responses? Are there consistencies within the responses? In this one, you can see that families came back with a 77% of an approval, and students are at 71%. The next one is a welcoming environment. Again, these are survey constructs. Many of them are associated with risk factors and protective factors. So, you know, if you have a welcoming environment, that tends to prevent some things. And so these questions that were really geared around those, and they're also aligned to some of the other surveys that we do have at our disposal. Like this year, we have the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. It asks similar constructs. That's certainly one that's based on students, and it's really in-depth. It asks a lot of questions, but we wanted to get some questions that are in alignment to that to see trend over time, because that survey is only done every other year. Some survey next steps that we have looking forward. We have data available to us now, and so we started the review this summer. We'll continue that process throughout the fall and work with different stakeholder groups and examining and reviewing that survey data. The dashboard has the ability to be able to disaggregate against respondents' demographics. So when responders got into to answer questions, they had the option to be able to identify their demographics. So with that information available, you can go to the dashboard and actually filter
and look to see, do certain demographics answer questions differently based on the question or the construct. Some of the other things that we're going to be looking at towards this fall is to look at refining the survey. It's pretty amazing when we started the process of saying, you know what, we want to create a survey for our parents, our staff, and for our students. We quickly ran into hundreds of questions that people wanted to ask. People are interested, whether it's their school, their department, or their own interest. So it's being able to go back and really refine those questions and making sure that we're asking those questions that are really reflective of the strategic plan is going to be the next level of work. Some of the future work is, right now we have a dashboard that's available. We'd like to expand that dashboard to be able to do more filtering. Like to filter against a school or filter against some different things, which would lead into some different questions being asked. But that's something that we'd like to be able to do in the near future. And of course, we'd like to administer again in the future. Mark, if at all possible, there is a live link on here to go to the dashboard if possible. Hopefully you've all had a chance to explore the space, and I encourage you all to explore the space. It's really, really interesting to be able to pull up the survey and look across, and I'll get it back to the slide where it is, sorry. There's an active link right there. It's really, really interesting to be able to filter the information and look at different demographics. Just so some general navigation on this particular thing. On the left side, you'll see that there is a spot to be able to look at the different constructs. So you can, for navigation purposes, instead of having a laundry list of questions and having to filter that way, if you're interested in a specific domain or a construct, you can quickly click on, like culture and climate is a prime example. It'll load a general description of that construct as well as the results, and it'll break down the results based on a Likert scale. So that Likert scale will break it down from a 1 to 5, so you can see a general average across the entire construct. Then within each question, we tried as best we could on the alignment of the questions to ask similar questions so that they're aligned horizontally. So you can quickly look at what's happening with families, students, and staff on a similar question type. Not all questions we asked exactly the same, so it doesn't always line up perfectly. And if you're trying to look on your phone, sometimes it's difficult to look on your phone as opposed to the computer just because of the size. But we tried our best to be able to align that data. When you hover, it gives you the response rate, so you can see how many people responded to that particular question. It also tells you how many are in each of the different response types, whether they strongly agree, or neither. And it gives you a total count. So you're free to navigate across different questions. You can hover, and it gives you some additional information. Also, at the very top, there's some filters. So if you want to filter against some of the demographics of questions that were answered, again, we didn't require that respondents give their demographics. So these are just demographics for people that were willing to give them to you. They can choose to say, no, I don't want to give demographics. But for those that did give their demographics, you could filter these questions. And what it does, it'll isolate for that response. It'll take the demographics and it changes how the responses come up. And so if you hover again, it'll tell you the number of people that are actually in that specific domain across that construct. And so you can get a number and a count. So like this one, this one is reflective of special education services. You can see that there's 370 responses for that particular question. We also didn't limit responders. If they started the survey, we took their data. So if they just answered the first couple, so you may see some deltas between the responses in certain questions and not others. So if they started the survey and decided to quit, or they got the one question that they wanted to respond to, we captured their data. A few things of note, like district leadership, that's a question we didn't ask our students. Perhaps that's something that we ask in the future, depending on how we rephrase those questions. But I think there's a few things that we can dive into and make some changes to. Can we go to the overview tab on the left? This just provides a snapshot of the responders themselves, so you can see who the responders are by count, and then also you can see the demographics if they were going to give them. For example, under race, you can see that there's a section of people that did not prefer to answer that question, so we're calling that out so that you can see which folks who responded chose to give that information. Can we go to the top 3 strengths on the left under the overview? There we go. So this one, they had a list of strengths and we asked them to rank order them. So it's reverse. If it's a strength, like a number 1 strength, then that number is the smallest. So the number on the top represents the highest strength for that particular group. Because you want number 1. So ideally, you'd want that one closer to the first. So you can really see how many respondents chose that particular thing as being the top thing in their rank ordering. So it gives you an idea, and you can look across different groups to be able to see what the groups themselves are calling out as the top strengths. Again, it's just an idea of where folks are seeing as our strengths. It gives us an idea of what our stakeholder groups are saying about our different groups. And then the last thing is a rating. The rating was based on them wanting to recommend our district. So it's just what kind of strength they have regarding recommending our district to others. So it was out of from 0 to 10 stars. 10 stars saying, yeah, we really want to recommend our district as a place to go to school or to work. So you can see that rating came out across the various groups. So quite a bit of information here to be able to dive into and disaggregate. It was a great first opportunity for us to really engage in a survey with our community. There's a lot of lessons learned for us administering it the first time. And there's also the data itself for us to really dive into. So I think with that, I'm going to take a breath and answer any potential questions you may have.
So first, thank you for all the work that went into creating a whole new survey. So I just have questions because the discrepancy sometimes between staff and students is large, 10+ points, let's say. Are we asking any open-ended questions to figure out why there's that discrepancy, or are there any?
Thank you for the question. I think that's really our follow-up now. I mean, now that you have the data and we start diving in to see if there's a differences between 2 different stakeholders, certainly raises questions as to why. The great thing about this year is we do have Healthy Kids Colorado survey coming out that's going to give us even more insights on some of these constructs. But that's part of our work now, is to really dive in and say, where is the delta? It's sometimes the surveys are a great first way to walk in the door of a data conversation. Now the question is, can we get more information by having conversations with leaders, with teachers, with students, with parents, and figuring out what's really at the heart of the delta between what you see on different results. That's part of our future work.
Director Myers.
So to kind of piggyback on President Williams, and I was particular looking at slide number 6 with the big discrepancy in the students at 71% who are actually in the schools. And one of our commenters mentioned, do we have any kind of training on bullying, or, our teachers have that first of the year where they go through the actual safety, but do we have anything that addresses bullying or some of the issues that the kids have?
Yeah, 100%. So you just touched on one, which is we do have our mandatory training that we do at the beginning of the year. It's available to all staff, and it's something that they're required to complete. That's something that we modify every year. As you may recall, we made some adjustments to the bullying policy. So we had to go back and make some revisions to that policy or that training to reflect that policy. We also have other training available, and I could turn it over to our Assistant Soup and Deputy Soup for that one.
Thank you so much for the question. This was very much as we began some of the policy work, is how do we ensure that we had a standardized practice to ensure that all leaders, all staff, all students were able to receive training specifically around harassment, discrimination, and bullying within our schools. And so we have actually provided those trainings already this year on July 28th and August 1st, that we had all leaders. There's a sign-in component to that. around this training is broken up into 3 parts, which was also tying into attendance and discipline training as well. And so we have provided that training. We also provided a slide deck that each of our leaders would actually present to their staff. All staff would actually have to go through that training as well. They could customize it around, they had to keep the information right, but they made it like their school logo, their people who they could go to for supports, et cetera. And we also then have staff provide that to all students, which should be done by September 6th. And so we do make sure that happens in every one of our schools. Every one of our leaders goes through that to standardize that training, really around ensuring they know, obviously, the level of supports they have in their buildings, protocols, practices, reporting structures, where they can share that information. And so there is an accountability to that piece. We actually have a checklist of the dates and time that they have done those particular trainings as well. And we make sure from our executive director of schools team that goes in and verifies that they've done those trainings as well with their staff and students.
And I'd also like to add, the question itself is interesting. We wanted to know, are they aware if they know where to go for bullying? And the section of students that say they're undecided or don't know, that is really good data for us in terms of that training. It's not just yes or no, it's that in-between group that's the neutral response. That's information for us to truly identify, when we do training, the next time that we do this, are we having an impact on that in-between group that may or may not know where to go?
Great. Director Moore and then Director Geiger.
Kind of along that same line, how do we train the students, and particularly separate from staff, on how to know what to report and how to report that? I know it's in student guideline handbook and things like that, and parents probably refer to that a lot more than the kids do. However, do we do anything with the kids throughout the school year every year to remind them on how to report things and how it should be done right?
Thank you for the question. I really think it's beyond just one simple mandatory training when it comes to students and bullying. Part of our responsibilities in regarding to bullying is to make it part of our IMTSS, our multi-tiered system of support for students. We have counselors that have lessons which they infuse in classrooms. That part of the training for teachers is to make sure that they're reinforcing that same type of behavior in their classroom. So we're not really pointing to one specific mandatory training for students, but looking at more of a holistic approach to make sure that we're covering it from multiple angles and making sure that it's not just a one and done training, that they're getting reinforced, especially for, I'm going to use a bunch of acronyms now, but PBIS, which is the positive behavioral systems that we have, to make sure that we're not just a punitive, but also rewarding students for the right behavior.
And I suspect it's complicated on the student side because, and I'll preface this with saying that I believe that the SROs and different levels of administration and leadership inside each school has a hand in all this, but I also suspect it's very complicated because it's getting a resolution to an issue like this. The concept of bullying is very broad and it covers lots of jurisdictions in many ways. And so the mail in the right mailbox logic of trying to figure out where an incident or an issue lies and get it to the right place where the right resolution can occur from the right people with the right jurisdiction or ability to affect that. Because what I sense is that not everything can be handled by the school. We wish we could solve all community problems and things that occur outside our community, but I know a lot of things, there's bleed over. And so trying to figure out how to handle that, and I feel like there's a lot of effort that a lot of people may not realize on the part of many different stakeholders in a school, that this is a constant ongoing evolution of education or educating each student on the type of issues they may have and then where we go for the right resource to solve that particular problem. And it's complicated. It's a very big issue.
Mr. Reynolds, we don't have time to discuss everything that I found in this. I've been prowling through this. I do have to ask one question. We did not disaggregate by gender, which the Healthy Kids Survey does do. we have people in our community, I get their emails claiming every girl that comes to our middle and high school is scared for one reason or the other. Is there a reason we chose not to take that? A Healthy Kids Survey does, I know, and there are some differences in how that comes across. Did we just decide that that was not an appropriate demographic to look at?
Thank you for the question. No, I think it's an add-on that we can add the next time, being able to add demographics. As you're thinking about survey administration, some of the considerations that you have is how long, how many questions that you ask, and demographics are always one that's a topic of conversation. What demographics are added and which ones aren't. So gender is certainly something that we could add in the future as we continue to evolve this and get greater and greater information from our stakeholders.
Okay, again, considering that there are concerns expressed in our public about the safety of our girls. So I understand the numbers here. How many kids do we have in high school and middle school so that I know what percentage of our high school and middle school students responded?
It's approximately 28,000.
So we got a less than 10% response?
Yeah.
Okay, which I was impressed by the staff response. That's closer to 25 to 30%, isn't it?
Yes.
And first of all, there's good and bad news all over this, but the staff responses, I think, were extraordinarily positive. And I think that speaks highly to the administration. Although they'd like more communication, they made that clear. But other than that, I thought it was quite good. As you look at these responses from the students, it's very clear that the small number of black students who responded seem to be having a very different experience than the larger number of white students. How is our district looking at the difference in demographic response? For example, white students are very confident that if they report a safety concern, they trust the school officials. I think that's, I'm sorry, I'm triggering back and forth. Only like 20% express any dissatisfaction. 43% of our black students do. That's an example of ways that it appears, at least, that some of our students are having a different experience. How are we going to use that information to help make the experience for everybody better?
Yeah, thank you again for that question. I mean, I think really it starts with the question, right? It starts with being able to look at when there's a difference between responses, looking and asking the question of is there a difference in the perceived responses from students? So that's really the first step. The second step is to continue to work on the other responses in there and to really clearly examine what's happening within specific groups. Last year, and I don't know if we shared this more broadly, our Equity Advisory Council had taken the prevention of bullying as their priority last year. And we spent a great deal of time last year examining data, both programmatic data, student response data, survey data, and really having that conversation of saying, what are some ways that we can make all students feel welcome in Douglas County? And they put their recommendations together. And really, thank you to that group. They spent a lot of time doing that. And those recommendations are up on our website. And so we got those recommendations in May in the same time that we have this survey. So now that we have recommendations along with data, this is going to continue our conversation about how do we continue to make Douglas County a welcoming environment for all students.
And one of the commenters earlier discussed the fact that massive averages cover differences. I appreciate the presentation. I just wanted to make sure, as I expected, that although the averages look good, we are looking at those students who do not feel like they're getting the same experience. And I just want to know that that's being addressed, and I think you've just said that it will be.
Yeah, and thus is why we have filters, the demographics.
Director Weiniger.
Yeah, I think this is a great starting point for a survey, and I think you did a great job, and it'll be really interesting to see as time goes on how it changes, and hopefully we get more participation. So on that point, sorry if I missed it in your presentation, but how were these administered? Was it at the school level that they sent it out? Was it at the district level? And do you think that'll work going forward?
Wonderful question. This is a question that we've kind of talked about with the student advisory group. It's how to reach them. So we sent this and broad communications out from our district sources. We also shared the links directly with schools for them to be able to share it within their sources. We talked to the student advisory group about them sharing it through their sources. It's how do you reach the group that is students? They're a very challenging group for us to reach because they don't always read their email. So it's, tapping into social media, it's tapping into these other sources to be able to increase that participation, which I think, and I'm hopeful we'll have a chance to engage in that conversation with them this year, is what are some avenues for us to be able to increase that participation from that demographic because they operate a little bit different. And so we're open to different ideas from them.
Well, because with Healthy Kids, it's taken like in class, right?
It is.
Is that an idea you've had, is maybe have the schools put it as a class survey?
Certainly, it's something we could discuss. Class time is very precious, especially this year. I mean, we'll be requesting additional time for some other surveys, like the one that you pointed out. So it's kind of a negotiation with them to see where we can put this and where would be the best use of time.
Superintendent Kane?
Yeah, and if we do any kind of in-class survey, as is our practice, we'll make sure that parents are able to see that survey and do an opt-out for their students if they so require, because we're not in a position ever where we're requiring students to sit and take a district survey.
So just a quick thing on that, it would be my request, and I don't know how everyone else feels, but that it's fully an opt-in versus opt-out this year. And we can have a discussion about that at the next board meeting, but that is where I would like to go, so.
President Williams, Director Meek has her hand raised.
Director Meek.
Thank you. Thank you. So Matt, first off, thank you. This is an annual survey that I know I've been really, really anxious to see for about 6 years now. And so I'm very excited that we can have data, baseline data, at least right now, moving forward, to help support our work as a board, ensuring that, we have a look at the system and how things are going. So the statistically significant numbers for the student responses, where would you say that falls?
Great question. Are you asking for the analytics of whether or not it's statistically representative of our sample or our population?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's part of our analysis going forward. That's the challenge with administering a survey where we don't have it locked down to tie to specific demographic groups. It's based on their responses. So part of our work moving forward is to be able to look at the response rate. The good news, we have a consultant that we work with that will be engaging in that conversation about the data and how representative it is of our population.
Okay, thank you. In your presentation, you had mentioned there was a reason that there were parallel questions across the 3 different stakeholder groups to help identify differences that might show. So what did you identify as differences, or what do you want to look into further based on the survey results that you saw?
Great question. I think there's a couple of things that I would like to dive into. First is, with this being administered at the end of the school year, to be able to sit down with our leaders and examine it. We've, just started that process of being able to help them unpack the data. I think that's a critical kind of next step for us. So that's something that we would love to be able to get into. And then where we do see, and we start big picture, look at the overall, where we see deltas like up on the screen, looking at large scale data sets to say, is this consistent with other data sets that we have? Are we seeing patterns between a response like this question here where you feel safe, and we compare that to looking at previous administrations of Healthy Kids? Is this similar or different between those? So really it's more about asking questions than having definitive answers at this point.
So you had mentioned there were lots of lessons learned. Can you just share the top lessons learned at this point?
Absolutely. There's no shortage. I think one of the lessons learned is the survey itself is when to administer and how to set that survey up for success. We know that this survey was administered on the heels of the conversation about pairing schools. We know that that was something that was happening at that time. So we know that we were, engaged in many conversations regarding that. We also know that it's happening at the same time we have state testing going. There's really no great opportunity to administer this test. When you consider our clientele, our seniors and juniors are taking AP testing at that exact same time. So I think we'll have some continual conversations about when best to administer it. So that's one thing. The other thing is how we communicate the survey, I think, is something for us to be able to take another stab at. Now that people see the results, usually when people see the results, they see you doing something with the data, they're more apt to respond the next time. So that's another evolution of this conversation to see where there are opportunities. Director Geiger hit it really well. We were really, really happy with our staff response, given the number of responses there. So that's something to continue to build off of. But how do we reach parents in a more strategic manner?
So last question, I think, at this point. Have you thought about how to use the student advisory group to help dig into some of the discrepancies that maybe we saw between parent responses and student responses? Also to help with identifying what is the best timing or the best method to kind of get students to participate and engage in it, and just to provide any additional feedback. How can we best work with the student advisory group to move this forward?
A wonderful question, and yes to all of those. I'd be really happy to work with the student advisory group to get more engagement, specifically from that group on all of those questions, from survey administration to helping us understand the data, and some potential next steps that they see might be the result of this data. Be very happy to do that.
Oh, Director Thompson.
Thank you, Matt, for the presentation. I should start here. I took a lot of notes because I had additional questions as everybody was talking. So I appreciate that at the beginning of the presentation, there's a direct link to the dashboard. And I see that it lives under the section of why DCSD on our website. Now, I know the link was shared out in a communication from the superintendent, and it's available now through this. But if I were to go to the why DCSD page, I don't see a direct link to the survey. So unless you, I think you can only find it if you look under search. It's fixed? Okay.
I believe it is fixed.
Okay, that's great. Because I think that dashboard is great, and you guys turned that around to start showing the data very quickly, and so I was excited about that. I'm really looking forward to some of the additional filters that you mentioned by schools. I would advocate by grade, or at least like middle school and high school. So I think we'd find interesting key differences between middle school and high school. For example, under bullying, we know it peaks in middle school. So I would expect those numbers to be different for middle schoolers. So that would be nice. And then parents that responded to the survey could have students in any grade. And so I think that would be helpful too, to see who's responding to the survey, what grade levels are, you know what I mean? And that also might explain some of the discrepancies we saw. What if we had a bunch of elementary parents respond to the survey, but we were surveying middle and high school students? I'm not sure if we collected grade. I can't remember. I did the survey, but I can't remember how long ago, or that long ago it was all in it. The same thing with the filters. The student receives SPED services. If the parent says that their student receives SPED services, I think would be an interesting filter. So just gonna throw those out. I think it was really helpful to hear today about how the survey questions were developed, considering risk and protective factors, and the way that the dashboard is set up, where you see that overall score, and then the way that the questions align underneath it. It is really easy to read. It's not overwhelming to look at that page, even though you're looking at a ton of questions in that small amount of space. So the setup, I think, is really great and very readable. And so kudos for whoever designed that. And then just a quick note, the page that shows the ratings, by the different groups, and staff, their number one. It's kind of funny because it was the strength of the quality of staff was like their top one, which it's funny standing by itself, but when we're thinking about it, that really, I think, reflects the confidence that staff have in each other. And that speaks volumes, I think, to the culture of staff as well. And I think that was a point that Director Mike Geiger brought up earlier. And so I just wanted to highlight that as well, that that was a nice number to see. You had mentioned that it's important to show that the data matters. So people will be more likely to do the survey once they've seen results and see that it actually supports actionable items and communicating that out. And so just a sub thought was like, yeah, that would be great if the schools have their school level data and they're making decisions based off that data, and then they share, like, hey, we heard from you guys, and these things matter, and this is what we're doing to work on those things, and these are the things we're doing to maintain status quo for the things that were rated high. And then you guys had a couple of my questions, so I'm not going to ask them. When you mentioned that you guys are reviewing and analyzing the data this fall, is there a timeline that you think you'll be coming back to us to show us what you've learned?
That's a great question. I don't know if we have anything on the agenda for that.
We don't have a presentation scheduled at this time, but we're always happy to come back. And also, I want to say that we appreciate and agree with schools sharing out what they are doing with their data, because so much of this is going to be very school specific. So certainly the schools have access to their own data.
Yeah, I like that idea because it's great for buy-in. The other thing I just wanted to point out was around the bullying questions, which seems like it was a trending theme among all the directors. And just throwing this out, so some of my lingering questions were, one, does staff feel confident in their ability to respond to bullying? So I know that there's trainings and there's different supports and there's policies and processes in place and there's charts on decision-making when it comes to different safety stuff, but I'm curious, is it translating into confidence where staff feel that they know how to respond? Additionally, I'm curious if students perceive staff, because we ask about administrators, but do they perceive like their teachers and other staff as responsive and effective at addressing safety concerns such as bullying? Because again, that might explain some of the other data as well. But, and then plus that's a prevention measure, right? So if students perceive that staff are responsive and effective, that in itself can prevent some of those safety concerns. So that's where I left. Thank you very much.
President Williams?
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry if I missed this earlier, but I do want to acknowledge the public comment, that really was highlighting the significant disparities between the different subgroups of students. And I just really would like to be very clear in responding to our parents. What are we doing to dive into any disparities, identify them, and address them? So I think it would be really helpful just to speak very directly to that.
Certainly, we want to spend, some additional time to be able to look across all of the demographic fields within this to identify where there is a difference between different groups and their responses. That is some of our work this fall, is to be able to identify it. And, when you're looking at this data, it typically leads to other questions to be able to follow up to find out what exactly is causing that difference. Certainly, our goal is to provide a welcoming environment for all students. That's certainly what we aspire to. And when we look at data where that doesn't align to that, that certainly raises more questions for us.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, and we appreciate it. With that, we will move to our recess, and it is 7:48.
President
I'm sorry,
Williams?
Director Meek.
Are we also going to talk about if we have questions on the monitoring report, EL2?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. Give me just a second to pull that out.
President Williams, go ahead.
Yeah, we have the monitoring report on EL2, and please note that, again, based on a lot of this conversation, we want to see where our data moves, given all of the implementation of the prevention of bullying training that's been happening. We want to see where our data moves at the end of next year, but we are reporting partial compliance on this monitoring report, specifically due to EL 1.1. All other ELs are in compliance, but partial compliance for EL 1.1 because we do want to see those numbers from our students be higher, and we are working towards that end.
So, Director Meek.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'm happy to jump in just with some feedback. First off, I appreciate that we pushed this from, I think it was June when this was due, because we were waiting for the data to come in. So I definitely appreciate that from what we saw last June, we now have some survey data added to the monitoring report. I think my concern with the monitoring report at this point is it's still somewhat heavy on activity data as opposed to outcome data. So what I mean by that, so some of the evidence throughout the report is we offer training programs or we have policies. And I feel like that's activity data versus the actual outcome data that's available. And so if you're looking, if you can put up on the screen the monitoring report, maybe it is, and I just can't tell. But if you're looking at page 2, you have accordingly the superintendent shall not, and it has the first item there. And the compliance statement that's provided really only speaks to the safe and secure environment, at least for that first part. And there's no data in here speaking to, the students saying, I am safe at school, or the parents, I feel my student is safe at school under that. And it feels like there's outcome data like that could be included and should be included. There could be incident rates that are included, those kinds of things. And then I feel like I don't feel like I know, there's no subgroup data that's provided. There's no disaggregated data for the new survey data that's been inserted in here. And that data is available. And I think it is very relevant for it to be disaggregated. It also does not provide targets, unlike if I look at the page 7, there are targets that are specifically cited under adequate protection from bullying and harassment, but we don't have targets that are cited under page 3 and 4 and 5 with all of those other data points that are provided. And I don't think we can look at a monitoring report without the superintendent providing what the target should be for those various data points that are provided as evidence. So I'm sorry if I'm sounding a little fuzzy and not being clear, but I think it's really important that the monitoring report is consistent throughout with providing that target and the rationale for why that target was provided for meeting the policy language that's outlined in the policy. So that was really my biggest takeaway in looking at this. I feel like this really isn't at a place where we as a board can say it is compliant until it actually contains the disaggregated data, the targets, and the rationale for the targets.
Director Weiniger?
I think I understand why you are asking for disaggregated data. I'm just seeing where the superintendent has guidance to provide that in our EL. Can you point to that?
Well, I think it probably goes back to when we say all students, and that means being able to demonstrate. I mean, disaggregated data is something we've asked for in every single monitoring report for the past, since we've started. And if you look at the Healthy Kids data that we've had, it's been disaggregated. And we had disaggregated data added to monitoring reports 2 years ago when it was missing. So I think it's pretty consistent for data to be disaggregated. If you look at page 9, that's the Healthy Kids survey that's disaggregated. That's what was added 2 years ago when the board requested disaggregated data. So it's pretty standard for boards to be asking for that, especially when we have the data.
Okay. It's just this is brand new, so I was just seeing if it's something that.
Sure. I don't think you were on the board. Well, I can't remember if you.
I'm sorry, not this
I can't.
monitoring report, the survey. So that's why I was
Yeah.
kind of wondering if it's even easily, or if it makes sense to show it since even participation wasn't across all of our students. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking out loud on whether I necessarily need to see it.
I don't know, maybe there's just a link to it, I don't know. Director Geiger?
I've already expressed some of my concerns in talking to Mr. Reynolds about the concerns about overall. I think that EL2 itself, with respect to current and prospective students, guardians, and the community, the superintendent shall not cause or allow organizational circumstances that are unlawful, imprudent, unsafe, inequitable, or unfair. I don't think we can judge equity without judging whether or not different groups are having different impacts on our district. There are good things. I appreciate the survey reports here. I agree with Director Meek that having them in here makes it helpful. I do think that it is at least a consideration that the superintendent should have about whether or not the disaggregated results indicate that some additional measures might be necessary to close some of the gaps that we're seeing, or at least perceived gaps that we're seeing. I don't know who's being bullied more. I know who's reporting being bullied more. That's in both the Healthy Kids survey, and to some extent, we didn't really ask that question in our survey, but it indicates that some students feel less safe or feel less confident than others, and I think the superintendent could choose in dealing with whether or not situations are unsafe, inequitable, or unfair, to look at whether or not closing some of those gaps or a plan to close some of those gaps might be relevant as a goal inconsistent with EL2. There are some areas where I perhaps might want more information. I've asked in the past about post-incident debrief. I firmly believe that specific data should not be provided, although I would prefer a little bit more data about what triggers a debrief and how that occurs. I've mentioned that before. Again, it's up to the superintendent to see if that's important, but I think that's an issue. Again, I think the fact that we have our survey, I think that we have Healthy Kids survey cited in here. I think that there are standards for percentage of kids reporting bullying is important, but again, I think there are issues about, I am trying to figure out how we can we didn't make great progress on reported bullying between 21 and 23. I don't know if we will by 25. There's no way for me to know until that survey comes in. But it would be interesting to me to see some standard from the superintendent about whether our new reporting policy is more effective. I have never thought that fewer reports is an indication that we're being successful. We knew when we indicated the new reporting policy that we might have more reports. And that could be a measure of success in my world, and how we do that. So I would be interested if the administration and the superintendent and staff could find a way to help explain that to me. Maybe too premature to do that. But I'd like to know if the new superintendent policy and the new reporting procedures, if there's even any way right now we can tell whether or not that's effective. And like I said, I never have wanted to judge whether that reduced reports. I wanted to know if we thought that it was a more effective way of getting reports.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. Just kind of building on that, I'm also wondering if we should move this again until after the analysis is complete from the survey. I think that will help inform appropriate targets. Additionally, we know it's baseline data. So it's not, hey, we're going to look at this data and say, you're not in compliance because the survey we just started administering is saying this percentage. Like, that tells us where we're at and then allows us to set goals moving forward. So just making sure that's clear. Like, I don't think it should be punitive that we're adding that in. Instead, it should be aspirational and help with setting goals. The other feedback that I have is I just kind of struggled, and this is again around having measurable targets, that our compliance statement and then the targets aren't aligned. So what's included in the compliance, I would expect to see measures across all of the different components of the compliance statement. There are activities are relevant across most of the compliance statements, but there's definitely a disconnect in like the outcome data. And for example, if we were just to look at the first one, so permit students to be without reasonable protection against hazards or conditions that might threaten safe, healthy, respectful, and secure learning environments. One big thing that has happened over this last year was the updates to the seclusion and restraint policy. And when I'm thinking data, like looking at the number of seclusion and restraints maybe, I think there's a measure there that we could be reporting out on, especially since we know that it's being implemented well, right? And so having a measure on that and then continuing that practice, I think, is really strong. I had actually quite a bit of suggestions on data that I thought might be helpful and fulfill the compliance statements that I was able to come up with off the top of my head, but just based off of what I'm aware of that happens within the district and the data that we actively collect. Of course, as you guys are looking at the survey, you might add more questions to the survey that might fill in some of these areas, but just looking at the data that I know we actively collect, I feel like that we could fill in more. So my suggestion would be that maybe we move this until the analysis is done. That way, Erin has an opportunity to be responsive to the feedback.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, thank you so much for all of your feedback. One of the reasons that, for example, on the first one, the target talks to safety drills, et cetera, is because there's so much overlap among each of the individual ELs that the target around respectful, secure, healthy, et cetera, those targets are covered under other under other sub-ELs because there's so much overlap. But that being said, we're happy to establish targets under each of them, even understanding that that will be a lot of repetition. But certainly we're happy to do that. We're also happy to do disaggregated. And I think that presenting it to the board again after we've done a deeper dive analysis, in particular with subgroups, is a very good suggestion. So I'd like to suggest that we come back this winter with that once we've been able to do that. So perhaps in November or December.
Director Thompson.
I wouldn't suggest being repetitive, just justification. It falls later. This one's more broad, so therefore the outcome measures are more broad. I would be fine with that.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will now move to recess. It is 8:02, and we will come back at 8:15. We're calling back to order here. We are going to move into our strategic plan update for a 30-minute presentation and a 20-minute discussion.
Okay, terrific. We are really excited to update the Board of Education on the strategic plan and the work that has gone into it. There has been so much work in our strategic plan, and we are really, really excited. As you all know, we paused for a little while last spring while we worked through the really important work of growth and decline in our district that needed everyone's full attention. And so we've been able to circle back and make sure that we're doing the strategic plan, and we're so excited about the work that's been done. I want to start with the Board of Education ends, because the strategic plan work is grounded in the Board of Education ends, so I don't need to read your own ends to you, but I do need you to know that everything that we did is grounded in the ends, and the strategic plan naturally flows from the ends. So I want to introduce Ray McNulty from SPN, and his organization helped facilitate the strategic planning process for us and is continuing to help facilitate the strategic planning process for us. So Ray will talk a little bit about the process that they went through and that we engaged in together, and then as we landed on a result, and then I'll talk through where we are with the strategic plan itself for Douglas County School District. Ray, thank you so much for flying out to be with us.
No, it's great. It's my first day of work in 3 months. No, but it's great, and it's a pleasure too to sit in and listen to all of the things that the board has to deal with. And as I was sitting back there, I was looking at some of our notes about the strategic plan, and when we think about these plans and when we start the work on them, it really is about this challenge that we face, because every day in our schools, they live in the present and the past, but the future doesn't get much time in a day of work. And I think it might be the same for you in some of the work that you do. But the work kind of focuses on beginning with this whole concept of getting the purpose right, making sure the purpose of the plan is aligned properly. Then to get to the point where we're down the bottom where we talk about what are the things we want to preserve in the system. Because the strategic plan is about the future. And we have to decide, what are we going to bring with us to the future? So it's a mix of stability, the system's stability, and to find that out. And what I can say is in a lot of the work that we have done, there was a really strong base of literacy and mathematics in the schools, and it's a very powerful piece that you don't want to let go of. And it was obvious as we started to engage with the public that there was great pride in that work. And then at the same time, we have to kind of focus on our students, and are we going to give them what they need to be successful in the future? And that's preparing them for the future. And we start to ask and look for things like, what do we want to become, achieve, and transform? And those are the kinds of conversations that we had with the community, with students, with teachers. And we have to also understand, what are the future possibilities and the emerging challenges and opportunities? And I know as I was sitting here tonight, I was listening to the work you were all doing on the buildings and making the facilities look great. And the strategic plan kind of then begins to look at what's happening in the classroom. Where are we taking our students? So that's the whole function of our work as we begin to dive into this work. By the way, I think I spent last February, I was in the district the entire month except 2 days, and that included weekends. So I really got to understand and know a lot of things going on in the district. So the strategic cycle that we use at SPN and we've used to operate in this work, it's important to understand that we started with this whole idea of, you can't, by the way, I just had surgery and I can't look up. So I'm coming over because then I'm going to back up a little bit. We have to take a look at the issues around, in number one, understand the push of the present. What's pushing us in the school system? And we had conversations with the public about what's pushing us. What are people looking for us? Then to have the conversations of, articulating the pull of the future. What's pulling us? And that was followed by access of the weight of the past. So what's holding us back? And when this work began, we sat with the cabinet and spent an entire day with them dealing with those issues and building. Some of you know that you've been at some of the meetings, and we created some plausible futures with them. And those plausible futures we used to engage in conversations with the students, with the members of the public, with teachers. And that's how this strategic development piece began. And what emerged from that is a set of strategic commitments. And we're going to show you some of those strategic commitments. The community was saying they can't, it was incredible to see the cohesiveness and the authenticity that people had rich conversations. And they were opposite conversations, but they were rich. So you'll see some of that as we begin to share some of this work. But where we are right now is we've identified a lot of the strategic commitments. And then most recently, there's been a day-long activity with the cabinet and other leadership positions in the district where we started to identify what are the initiatives that are going to drive the plan itself. So we've entered that top circle of strategy development, and we're beginning now to move on to the work of things that I think some of you might be interested in. The development of strategic action plans. What are we going to measure? How are we going to do that work? How do we align the work to the organization, the new work? And then also, how do we execute those plans? So this is work that has not yet happened. It's going to begin. And that leads me to this point about the plausible future. I think there should be one of the circle. There it is. I was wondering where it was. It leads me to this point about a plausible future. This work, when I think about the strength of what we all engaged with and how we found this work to connect, kind of centers on these three big circles. What is the world telling us we should prepare for over the next 10 to 15 years? And those conversations were rich conversations with the community. I think some of you sat through, like we had student groups and we asked them those questions. What do we want to do over the next 10 to 15 years? How do we want to change? What do we want to keep the same? Those conversations are still happening in the system. And as we start to build out the plans for the future, we have to make some decisions about what are the things that we have to stop doing. And that's a critical variable because you can't add new things if you don't stop doing some things. And as I think all of you probably know this, that within the reports, we saw issues like the mental health of our students and our teachers. You know, people wanting to say there's a lot going on. How do we create space in those times? And some of the strategic plan work is not adding things to the system, but let's stop doing some things. Let's make some space. And so on the top, to thrive over the next 10 to 15 years, what capacities do we need to lean on? What do we need to develop? What do we need to retire? And what do we need to transform? And one of the key things, I think, as we look ahead from the work that we've discovered in our conversations is instruction has to change. Because we focus a lot on content, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, but what we're hearing is we need our kids to be learning skills as well. So how do you merge the content we teach to the skills they need to be successful in the future? Because what the business world wants are skills. They want to know that students can be responsible, that they have passion for the work that they do, that they are resilient. And one of the things that we've noticed, not just, I shouldn't say we've noticed, it's an issue that's a hot topic in education today, is that our kids don't see failure as part of learning. And so conversations about how do we build those kind of things into instruction. And that's the work in these circles that we have to begin. That work is going on. There's been, as I said, several meetings. There was a meeting in July with the cabinet. There's some meetings scheduled for September that Bill Daggett from our organization is coming to meet with the principals. But what it will all end up, and if I go back one slide, what it will all end up is we'll all end up beginning to develop the strategic execution of all that work. That's where we're going to go. So with this whole concept of how crazy the world is, how much is going on, what I want to share with you is that as a former commissioner, I remember a strategic plan that the districts in our state were developing. And the district's strategic plans were 10, 20, 30 pages long. Nobody knew what was going on. No teachers did. So there's this concept of leading strategic plans to create a one-page plan that becomes the public face of the system. And then behind that, there are the execution plans on the initiatives and the cornerstones. What are the cornerstones that have been discovered? And we're going to talk about those. And what are the initiatives that we're going to launch? And then those are the things that we'll start to measure. Does that make sense in the start? So what you see here is the purpose, right? When we look at this, all DCST graduates will be empowered to meet their future with competence, purpose, and optimism. And one of the things you think about is, as you were having conversations about tonight, the schools being clean and neat and organized, we want our kids not just to be happy about the building, but want them to be optimistic about their future because they spent their days in the Douglas County School District. To give them hope for what their future can be about. So there's the end statement, all students will develop the knowledge, skills, and mindsets and dispositions. And as a board, I think you know those terms very well because they're tied to the board initiatives to achieve their highest individual potential in a safe, accessible, thriving, and welcome learning environment. Those are the key pieces of this work. So what I'm going to do now is turn this over to the superintendent, because that's the plan. We're going to do this together. But to have her kind of point out what grew from what are the critical cornerstones and how are those going to be handled. So.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to give you that. Good catch. I need water.
Ray and his organization did an incredible job facilitating this process for us and collecting feedback from thousands of citizens, hundreds of which were in-person focus groups, in order to kind of land where we landed. And the really wonderful thing is that the themes and the topics were really consistent across different groups. So our business leaders, our families, our staff, our students themselves, really this all came from the feedback from all of those folks, and it was really consistent across all of those groups. Of course, you're familiar with the end statement because it is your end statement. The knowledge, skills, mindsets, and dispositions needed to achieve their highest individual potential, which Ray just shared, but of course that's your end statement. Our foundational commitment as a district is to cultivate a culture and climate that strives for excellence and promotes hope and resiliency. This speaks a lot to our climate and culture norms as a school district. It also speaks to our commitment to our students in terms of what kind of climate and culture we're going to provide for them, for their learning. And we talked a lot about these three words for our foundational commitment. Excellence. Excellence is something that Douglas County School District is always known for, has always been known for, and certainly should always be known for. Hope and optimism are two things that really were discussed a lot during this process. It was something that was pretty consistent in the feedback across those groups. And there's actually a lot of research out that I know Ray can talk to as well. In fact, look at him, he's dying. Would you like to talk about hope, Ray?
Well, it is. I mean, one of the things, and I have to be critical to myself. I used to have a slide that said, hope is not a plan. Have you ever seen that sign? And it's really false. because hope is a plan. It begins the plan. You have to have hope. And there's been a study on what is one of the most critical traits that we want in an individual, and it's hope. And when you think about the crazy world we live in now, I look at as around the country, you look at all the changes going on and everything. Kids are looking at it going, what am I going to do? How am I going to get there? We need to have systems that build hope and resilience in our kids. And if we hit that thing right there, if that's not something, then you'll see a lot of other improvements occur. Because hope and resilience will bring to our schools the kind of students that you want. You want to be in the jobs out there. You want your children to be hopeful and resilient about the challenges they're going to face. That's a critical statement. And those words came out of the community, out of the public officials that arrived, out of students. It was funny because one time in one of the middle schools, I was cornered by a group of the middle school students that we were asking them to do some work. And they basically said, we want to learn things that are absolutely real things in life. We're tired of learning things that are not real. And they started talking about, we want hope for our future. And what was really neat was listening to the teachers talk about hope as well. So I think there's a lot of strategic plans I've developed, and this is the first time we've had hope and resiliency inside them. And I'm pretty damn excited about it, so, yeah.
Well, we are too. Yeah, we're really excited about that. And as Ray said, there is research that the trait or the emotion of hope is more powerful for the future of students than even things like happiness.
Yep.
It's just a really, really powerful, a very powerful thing. We have developed 5 cornerstone commitments that again came directly out of our focus groups and our survey, so from our community. First and foremost is academic excellence. Always, right? Our district is known for academic excellence. We are known even more now for academic excellence, and we will continue to be known for academic excellence. We do not want to take our eyes off academic excellence. So that is an absolute cornerstone commitment for us. It's something that we've been actively working on for years, and we will continue to actively work on. So it's not some new thing, but we wanted to make sure that it's called out and continues to be a cornerstone. Secondly is strategic technology integration. So you all have heard me talk a little bit about that before, and actually I'm going to go through these. I meant to go through these one by one. So you know all about academic excellence, making sure that our kids can continue to read and do math, because none of the rest will matter if they can't, right? So we have to have that foundation of academic excellence. Strategic technology integration speaks to that tension between device use and developing brains, and how we kind of manage that all the way to making sure that we are teaching our kids to leverage everything available to them so that they are able to lead the way in this world. So part of what we'll be doing as we look at strategic technology integration is addressing the impact of device use in our classrooms and our schools. So we now have data from our community on that point as part of our strategic plan outreach. We are going to lean into AI and future developments in technology so that our students, again, are not just ready to adapt, but ready to lead the change. And we will be leveraging technology advancements to save staff time. So we're really leaning in terms of the everyday work that we do, that our teachers do, that our administrators do to save time so that we're able to focus on our students, to provide personalized learning to every student, so to really leverage those possibilities of tutoring in your own language and personalizing, to your interests, so that you can still get those skills and have all of those advantages that meet each of our students where they are. And then finally, we have to actually very thoughtfully and very strategically teach our kids these technology skills, including learning to use and leverage AI in safe, ethical, responsible ways. So having kind of those, I think of those as like 3 buckets. And then essential mindsets and dispositions. So first and foremost, mindsets and dispositions is about creating space and opportunity for our students to have
what we would call productive struggle, right? Where they really are struggling through a problem, and it is the act of struggling, it is the failures themselves that help our students learn and be able to continue to grow as they're productively struggling. Focus on the skills that our students need to be successful in the workplace. Essentials, Mindsets, and Dispositions speaks right to the Board of Education ends. You all call out mindsets and dispositions, and some very particular ones, in fact. Collaboration, communication, critical thinking, a lot of that McKinsey research that we looked at kind of early on in this process. And ensuring as students acquire the self-leadership and interpersonal skills needed to become responsible and engaged members of society. So part of our work will be kind of defining all of this and how it fits into what we've already been working on. Future-ready graduates, so post-secondary readiness and life skills. So this is really about preparing our students for life after high school, whether they're doing career, college, military, or some other pathway. So we want to continue to develop our career and technical education offerings. The wait lists continue to be massive. As I mentioned, we are building cosmetology at Douglas County High School, and it will already be full with a wait list before we've even put a shovel in the ground. We want to continue to invest in career and technical education, continue to lean in on micro-credentialing, which is something that we are certainly a leader at, even across the country in that area. We also want to offer really robust and specific personal financial literacy and practical life skills programming. And we would like to build those opportunities starting from the ground up, so PK through 12, to kind of have all of those practical life skills and personal financial literacy offerings so that our kids are able to develop that knowledge very specifically. Thriving schools and thriving communities is one of our cornerstone commitments. So what does thriving schools and thriving communities mean? We need to continue to plan for a thriving school system that people from across the state and across the country will want to move towards. There's a difference between a thriving school system and a surviving school system. And we kind of have this fundamental decision that our community has weighed in. They want us to be a thriving school system, not just we can barely get by shoving kids into a school that's 45 minutes away or whatever. How do we become a thriving school system? We have to configure our schools to maximize student opportunities and to ensure that our community thrives regardless of what a student zip code is or where they live within Douglas County. We want to be able to offer a full continuum of programming that's accessible to each and every one of our students. So out of those cornerstone commitments, these are our initiatives. So our robust initiatives, it was really challenging for us to get the list down to this many. We started out with about 3 times as much, but we have to at least get it down to something that is realistic for us to really work on and focus on. Developing AI literacy and supports. Continuing the implementation of core programming and interventions, right? That speaks to that academic excellence piece. Dedicating PLC time for elementary and middle schools, that also speaks to that academic excellence piece along with some of the others. Refine and increase pathway development towards workforce needs and credentials. So again, continuing to lean in that post-secondary and micro-credentialing world. Develop and grow personal financial literacy and practical skills courses and experiences across PK through 12. So this initiative really speaks to being really intentional about where we cover those different practical life skills and personal financial literacy. Right now, it's in the standards. It is something that we do, but it's kind of spread out across various subject areas and across the curriculum, and we really want to have it be a focused course area so that students are really getting those skills very, very explicitly. Plan, build, consolidate, and grow thriving schools. So this is continuing our work in growth and decline and really ensuring that we have, for example, elementary schools that offer PK through 5th grade available to all of our families within a reasonable distance in their communities, making sure that each of our schools are thriving, have a sufficient number of students to be able to really offer that great programming to our students. sixth grade being a part of our middle school because we know that that's what optimizes our school community. So that kind of plan, consolidate, and grow thriving schools speaks to all of those things, along with, for example, our special education programming and being able to offer a continuum of special education programming in each of our regions so that we have kind of that whole continuum available to students in their general area. Develop and implement common understanding and definition of district mindsets and dispositions. So we used to call them essential skills. A lot of them are the skills from the McKinsey research or mindsets and dispositions. There's a whole lot of them. And so we need to kind of work by being guided by the board ends to kind of narrowing those down to what we really feel are the most important, and then getting that implemented throughout our system. And we're already doing so much of that work. It's not like we're starting over because we've been doing so much of the work around essential skills. So this just helps us kind of narrow in and adjust that work to match our strategic plan that matches the board ends. Develop and implement policy for responsible use of communication devices. So we'll be working on that, and create a financial plan to support strategic plan initiatives. So if we're going to be looking at grow, consolidate, and build thriving schools, those kinds of things, how are we going to come up with a plan to implement all of those things over the next number of years? Each of these initiatives touches one or more of the cornerstone commitments. This is where we are today with our strategic plan. We have a lot of work to be done still because we need, within each of these initiatives, we have to determine the metrics and measures of success and what that's going to look like. In a lot of these initiatives, take mindsets and dispositions, for example, looking at how we're going to measure those metrics and what kind of assessments we're going to be using or what that'll look like. That's actually part of the initiative, is mapping out what success is going to look like and how we're going to measure it. So that's the circular part that Ray was addressing earlier that we're kind of now into. Yes, absolutely.
Add a piece to this. This robust initiative work is pretty heavy duty. There's a lot up in those 8 items. But one of the things that behind that is something that emerged in the conversations with the face-to-face meetings. And one of the positive things was in all those conversations, we kind of got people talking about as I was talking earlier, about change and innovation. And what emerged was this, I'm going to call it the framework of balance, that there came up 3 statements that emerged from all of the groups. One is innovation with fundamentals. And that was a statement that they made, and they started to support that. We heard that not just from parent groups, but from the business groups and from the teachers. Like, yeah, you can do innovation, but let's remember to have the fundamentals in place. And the second was technological advancement with human connection. That there's a lot of technology out there, but we've also got to balance that with human connections. And by the way, the cabinet and the work that they've been doing, they're driven by these balances. And the last one, I think is most appropriate in the world we live in. It's just have ambitious goals, but implement with reality. And the key there is that a lot of these things many of these are in place. And I think they would love to, move them even deeper. But when we start to, when you start to get to that many, there's a reality to it. Like, how much can we get done? And keeping that balance of the emotional stress that we also that was identified that's out there. And I think there's been a real strong part of that coming from the cabinet and the planning that they're doing. And I know members of our staff have been, well, it was Steve and Bill were working with the cabinet, I believe, and Robert. And so these are important things, but this is a heavy lift. And so we've got to think about how does that balance that. So.
Yeah. Thank you. And truly, a lot of these are underway, well under progress. So this strategic plan isn't like tearing it all down and starting over. We're really building on the great work that we've been doing while being really focused and intentional about where that work is going. And again, talking about our measures of success. I know, speaking for myself and my cabinet, we are incredibly excited about all of these. Something that Ray just mentioned that resonated was how important that human connection piece is. And so for us, that's wrapped into the personal financial literacy and practical life skills initiative, because we really, that human connection is actually becoming more and more important. And the more that our digital world becomes filled with artificial information, information that's produced by AI, by bots and all of those things, the more artificial our digital world becomes, the more we're going to have to double down on interpersonal and human skills and human connection. Kind of like Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People, right? Really just looking at kind of those connections. And so all of this, our entire strategic plan is built on the foundational commitment of a culture and climate that strives for excellence and promotes hope and resiliency. And so for us, that starts with our climate and culture norms in our district that have resonated from, every level and every single school and every single teacher and every single classroom, really kind of holding these climate and culture norms as the values by which we're building the foundation for our strategic plan and ultimately for the future of our students. So this is where our strategic plan work is. We still have ways to go in order to get to the point where we can measure success and talk about what those metrics are, and those are assessments. And so here's some of our next steps. We're going to do an internal and external rollout of our strategic plan. We don't want to do a single big event or something like that where we roll the whole thing out, but rather we'll talk about one cornerstone commitment at a time and focus on one at a time throughout this school year, along with the initiatives that go with those commitments, because we don't want to overwhelm the system, all at once. So and again, a lot of these things were at various progress points throughout these initiatives. And then again, we need to have those metrics of success, those measurements of success, and how we're going to measure that and how we're going to get a baseline and then reporting on that. And that involves reporting and determining assessments. Academic excellence is pretty easy. The rest are not as easy. So we just have to work through all of that. With that, Ray and I are here to take your questions. I hope you're as excited as we are.
Yes, and I actually like that you're going to roll it out over time. I just think it's also easier for everyone to digest and ask questions and do all of that. My question would be around communication, not just to the system, but to the community, and how are we planning to do that?
Great, that's a really great question. We will start planning some events to talk to our community about our strategic plan. And so that'll be happening kind of throughout the fall here. So for example, we'll have kind of the same, the way that I had my State of the District event with kind of our VIP event where we invited a lot of our business leaders, elected officials, et cetera. We'll do something like that in the next few months where we go through kind of this strategic plan and the direction that we're going. Will offer opportunities for families and staff to see kind of a big overview. But as far as the deeper dive, that would be kind of that gradual rollout.
Great. Director Myers.
Wow, thank you. A really good presentation. And so I'm really just going to say, I'll try to do this quickly, always academic excellence. I just think that's the best sign of a thriving school. And then where we're outperforming in the Denver metro area, we're doing something right. And of course, I think reading is key to every subject. And under the strategic technology integration, I know that we can teach balance, and our kids want to learn balance. We're hearing it in SAG. We're hearing it from our youth commission. They want to know how to do things and do them successfully. And they want to be able to tackle those problems so they can be ready with technology and they can be ready to use it wisely. And then with the essential mindsets and the dispositions, resiliency. We hear it all the time. Our kids need to be resilient, and I feel like we see it more and more. Of course, I'm in that group of kids that communicate very well with adults. They're just, it blows my mind with some of the kids that I see that have come through this school system. I think they're concerned about developing their character traits. They talk about it. Just things that have happened in, maybe through failures or other, and even wanting to relate to their peers about all of them being successful. And our school system's thriving. Our teachers are happy. They're building they're building culture, they're building relationships. You can feel it when you walk into our schools. And it starts with new teacher day along with our school visits. And it's just such a positive thing. Something I know I experienced when I was teaching started in '97, and it's coming back strong now. It's just how they're happy here. And Douglas County is offering all these skills to all of our students, is what the good thing really is. They're getting them ready for the workforce. They're going to have life skills. I just know that our kids are reaching and they're realizing what they need to do to be successful. We have a wonderful leader. We have a great cabinet. We have good teachers. We have happy teachers. We've got just success that kind of is just sometimes overwhelms when you go into and you talk to teachers. And so now, being in our 4th year of board members, it used to be visit schools and, talk to the principal. And now it's more like you're seeing teachers and you're talking to them and just seeing the success. So this strategic plan is, I think, going to be something that we're really good is going to thrive in Douglas County. So thank you.
Can I add one piece to that? Because, one of the scenarios that emerged from the cabinet was the concept of living in a mixed world reality, which is navigating the digital world and navigating the physical world. And, in most of my career, it's been the physical world. And all of a sudden, now there's this whole new world that's digital. And one of the things that emerged in the conversations with students was they really wanted to focus on the human connection and the physical world. And they were saying, we play around in that other world, but we really need to be confident about being social, being engaged with people. And they said that's what's going to get them, that's what's going to get them ahead. And so it was something that emerged, and that whole theme came out of the cabinet's work with creating a plausible future. And that one, living in a mixed world reality, several of the groups talked about it. So what you were saying is absolutely dead on. They want both. They don't want to be left alone. Yeah.
They even want to learn to cook now. I love it.
And do takeout.
Oh, that's funny. All right, Director Weiniger.
Your presentation definitely gave me hope and optimism, and the strategic plan, I think, is great. And I think you did a great job capturing everything I was hearing in the different feedback groups, or like when I was on FOC, you had a presentation, and I forget where else. So I think you did a great job there. I really appreciate how a lot of times with strategic plans, they can be really broad and it's hard to get excited about them. And I like how you dive into some specifics. And as selfishly as like a parent of young kids in the schools, I'm really excited for this, but I'm also excited for our community. And I think communication on this can only help the community, because a lot of these things, I think they'll really appreciate that we are focusing on it, and we do have ideas and goals around it. And I think it'll be great, and I can't wait to hear more on the timeline and specifics as they happen. So great start, yeah.
Thanks.
Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. So at the very beginning, when we're thinking future, you talked about what do we aspire? And, I'm thinking, well, what do I aspire for the district?
Yeah.
And for me, it's making sure that we're offering comprehensive and consistent learning opportunities for all of our students. And so as we were going through the plan and the different components of it, I'm trying to see where we're going to make sure that this plan includes work that helps with like closing achievement gaps or serving diverse learners, things like that. And how does that tie in?
Sure.
In an intentional way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. Certainly in academic excellence, and I appreciate the feedback, because if I need to be a little more explicit, we definitely can be. But academic excellence all of these commitments have to speak to each and every student. And so that goes under all of these categories. Certainly academic excellence is something where we can easily measure, and respond to those gaps. In our professional learning communities, which is part of the academic excellence piece, is where we really are able to dig into that data to make sure that we're being responsive for every single student, regardless of their circumstances. And so throughout these, it's implied that it's for all students. And you saw, for example, in thriving schools and thriving communities, that we want to make sure we're offering a continuum of programming that addresses every single one of our students. So that's where that's kind of woven in. But if we need to be a little more intentional in our words, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I think that's really like a universal priority in the system, because I'm going to guess that as they begin to roll out the structure of the initiatives, I think that's got to be clearly represented. That's just a given.
And your end statement, of course, speaks to all students.
Yeah, so, okay, so thank you for that. And then I'll kind of go into some of additional thoughts. But I did have a question about the community engagement piece. Will we see summaries of the community engagement?
Yeah, we have a draft report that, once the initiatives are all identified, that we'll put out. But all the data is in one big file, and that's all available as well. So you could look through the data, but we will have a white paper that will identify the key outcomes that emerge from the community groups, the teacher groups, et cetera.
Yeah, it just
No, it's
piggybacking off
fascinating, by
the
the way.
earlier conversation about showing that feedback, right? That the feedback is actually being heard and implemented and through the process. And I think that will help with like communication to families that like Director Weiniger brought up earlier, so that families can see, hey, this is what you told us and this is how we're being responsive. Will the monitoring and the reporting on the framework be tied into our board governance? I mean, I was thinking like ends, when we were talking about like outcomes for ends, like that's a lot of what I was seeing through this presentation, but I was just curious if that's what we're thinking or.
Yeah, I think the monitoring really will be tied to the monitoring of your end statements. So that's kind of where it would tie in, because the strategic plan is a direct flow out of your ends. So that's where the monitoring piece. So expect, over the next couple of years that our monitoring reports around your end statements will have a structure that looks like the strategic plan.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then, so you had mentioned earlier about some services that we would need to stop, right? We're adding services all the time, but sometimes it also means stopping things.
Yes.
When we talk about that, I was just curious, like, what are the things that are coming to mind that like, because the things that came to my mind were things that are like required by the state, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
Well,
we
I
gotta, we gotta fix that first, but.
Yeah, we've actually, we have a system called an eco cycle that a couple of us play with, and one of the issues that we have is people don't like to give things up, and as you just said, the state has all these things that you must do, and so you say, well, we could stop doing that, and people say, no, you can't, because the state wants you to do that. Well, part of what we're seeing now, and we're trying to do some, I'm going to say, scouting out in the field, and I think some pieces of this, but we've been talking to a couple of groups that are using AI to really do a really deep assessment of what actually is needed to be taught to meet the state's assessment standards. I mean, breaking it down into real, there's a couple of companies that have really gotten real good at this. And so, to the point that they can identify, taking everything that you teach, what is it that really needs to be taught? And then what can you let go of so that you can start to create more of the opportunities that I've seen on here. We've talked about getting students to get more work certificates and getting them to have those kinds of things. It's going to be interesting.
I would add that you're right. There are a number of things that we have identified that are state requirements that really, I'm avoiding saying are dumb, but really shouldn't be on our plates anymore. And so that we are working on that in terms of when we'll talk about your legislative priorities and as we work with our lobbyists. Other things can be taken off the plate, as Ray suggested, by our use of leveraging AI, kind of that bucket number one, to save people a lot of time on administrivia tasks that, may be required by the state or whatever, but we can do it faster and more efficiently. Also for things like data analysis, it'll help as we do those professional learning communities, if we're able to have AI help us with the data analysis so that we can get right to the action planning that will actually impact outcomes for students. So there's a lot of work kind of in those areas to try to save our teachers time as we're picking up on some of these other things.
Yeah, it's kind of that mix between, as I was saying earlier, what are some of the really critical skills that we can content that we can teach our kids, that from that content they gain skill. And that's what's going to be. Blending those together, you're getting 2 for 1, we can move much faster. So, and by the way, I think this district is really well positioned for that because there's enthusiasm out in the field, which is, there's not a lot of that around. So let's bottle it up and use it.
He says we're the best.
So I know in the community meetings, there was a lot of brainstorming and just idea generating and what are some of the potentials. And I remember AI being brought up as a tool to help with, with administrative tasks, et cetera. I would caution against using it for IEPs that are supposed to be individualized, that have to incorporate a ton of information that you shouldn't be putting into AI, that AI can't substitute direct observation that a staff member has every day.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Of course.
And then, so with that on the side here, so I was curious, based off of what's here and the strategies that were identified, where does independent learning skills fall in? So, and the reason I'm asking this is there's an important point you made about content, not just content, but building skills, right? And so for me, I'm thinking independent learning skills, executive functioning, those types of
practical life skills.
They've got to be part of how instruction is designed these days. It's critical, and there's been lots of conversations about that going on. You're absolutely right. The executive functioning skills are critical.
Yeah.
So, sorry if I may. So the reason that we have kind of that, actually, if I could pop over here. This post-secondary graduate or future-ready graduates, that practical life skills piece is really about explicitly teaching things like executive functioning. Because most kids anymore don't just magically pick that up, right? They need actual explicit instruction in those areas. And so kind of building that spiraling programming from PK all the way up through 12th grade, that's a lot of where that has to be built in.
Okay. Yeah, because as I was looking through the strategies, I mean, like technically I could say, all right, it's probably going to follow under, I think I found one. The develop and grow financial literacy and practical skills. I was like, maybe it falls there.
Yes.
Maybe it falls under.
Yes.
But I almost wonder if it should be pulled out. So I know that, like, for example, we
Understood.
offer Avid. Avid's growing in the district, right? And that's an initiative. It's not a new one, but it's an important one to highlight and focus on. And so that made me think, like, well, is there strategies that maybe should be highlighted in these robust strategies that just because they don't feel necessarily novel, that maybe they align well with the plan, the strategic plan.
Absolutely, and truly a lot of those initiatives were at some point already, and Avid is a great example of that.
in some of the high school face-to-face sessions, students said, will they just teach us how to build a plan to be successful?
How do I organize? How do I time manage?
And their thing was, everything's organized for us. We haven't been able to do it on our own. And so I think, part of that is, the world of a teacher is, that's what we did. So now it's like, we've got to stop, and then someone says they're not teaching them. Well, no, they've got to give them the opportunity to learn it on their own. And that goes back to some of the points that you were making earlier on.
Yeah.
I think those are critical. That little box on the bottom means a whole lot.
So we had recently done focus groups with middle schoolers, and one of the biggest feedback points was balancing school responsibilities with life outside of school, extracurricular activities, et cetera. And again, that's just like another place where those functional skills really come into play. So maybe it's not necessarily less homework, maybe it's, they just need more supports on how to do time management, how to plan for assignments and build their schedules around that. Okay, and then.
Some of them actually get overscheduled by their parents as well.
The other thing is, we have a robust strategy, and I also wonder the process of pivoting. If we need a pivot, maybe it's not working, or it's not what we envisioned, or things change. So like AI, for example, we can't see the future. Right now, AI is growing exponentially, right? But we're also hearing challenges that we're going to see with AI. So one thing is, with so many people using it, you have to have the resources for AI, right? There has to be, it requires a lot of power and land, and that they actually think that it's going to peak in usage because there's just not enough infrastructure, right, to meet the growing demand. So there was that, and then also the fact that we now have people that are intentionally flooding the internet with false information, thousands and tens of thousands of articles at a time to confuse AI and the learning models. And so, again, so I just think, like, what if we get to this point where it self-destructs or something like that, our ability to pivot. I think it's a useful tool. It's a great tool for accessibility, especially with like some of the language opportunities that AI offers for students like with dyslexia is like first thought that comes to mind for me. But also, what if we do have to pivot, that we're not putting too many eggs in that basket with how we're running things?
Well, I think we always have to be ready to pivot, which is one of the reasons why we're not making a static 20-page document that's going to sit on a shelf for the next 5 years. And I also think one of the reasons that we need to put so much emphasis into that practical life skills and mindsets and dispositions is exactly what you said, because I do think the digital world is going to be flooded with so much falseness, whether it's fake videos or all of there's so many things happening already where it'll be so hard to tell in the digital world the difference between reality and fantasy, essentially. That means that in a lot of ways we have to double down on those practical skills in person, as well as doubling down on how can you critically analyze something to determine what might be real and what you should question and look at skeptically. So all of that is baked in for sure.
And I appreciate you to talk about that, the dependence on AI, and that we're still developing critical thinking skills and how to identify bad information. That might be the most useful thing we get from AI.
100%.
In the end, who knows? But the other thing was the thinking about technology. I think it's really important, and it's great that it's a cornerstone. The only technology, strategy right now that's listed is AI, but I was wondering, what about other types of software, like being able to use Microsoft products, a Word document,
Just point of order, Director Thompson, I appreciate your questions. I feel like maybe they are more for specific needs than right now. I think we're just trying to get at a high level of our strategic plan right now, not like specifics on AI and all that. I'm just trying to be considerate of everyone's time.
Okay, I'll stop.
Director Geiger?
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your insight. I look forward to more of it. One of the reasons we hire outside consultants is because we need your analysis. was struck a number of times, you talked about teaching our kids constructive failure, freedom to fail. My first DA boss said no trial attorney ever learned anything from a trial they won.
That's right.
It's not till the jury tells you no. But I will tell you, one of my concerns reading this, it's been somewhat alleviated by our conversations. I went back to your creative tension slide.
Yep.
Where you talked about the good we want to preserve. Nowhere in this slide deck does it talk about analyzing our failures. Doesn't mention that we went back and looked at where we can do better. It doesn't mention where we went back and talked about things that we are not doing well. I love our district. I understand everything that Director Meyer said about that. But can you expand a little bit about how I was at some of the meetings.
Yep.
There were concerns and criticisms uttered, and they don't show up in this slide deck. So I want to know where they're going to show up and how you're going to help us create solutions to those problems.
In the white paper, there is a list of the tensions that were, were exposed. But part of the conversations of behind all of this, I mean, this was, they said, do it in 15 minutes, and these is like a high level look at the top pieces. What you need to know is there's been day-long events where the cabinet members as well looking at the issues and trying to figure out, like, okay, what programs, it actually get into having them figure out what programs are already in place that are working, that are going to address this, and what other programs should we think about maybe pushing aside. So there's been a lot of that conversation, actually just about a month ago, probably a month and a day from today. But those kind of conversations are happening in the back of the house. I have to be honest and open about it. But in the white paper report, it'll talk about the tensions that surfaced, and part of it is how do we build the structural plan under the initiative, under the cornerstones and initiatives that kind of solve that. I mean, it's not an analysis that we would do. It's kind of an analysis we would have to do with them,
And I fully agree. And what I'm saying is, if we are going to tell our students and our staff that sometimes you have to fail to succeed, sometimes you only learn from failure, if our forward-facing documents don't acknowledge our failures, we're not setting the example that we have to make.
It's a good point.
And we have a tendency, understandable, to celebrate our multitude of successes.
Yep.
I want to be sure that our strategic plan process also honestly reviews where we have, over the last 5, 10 years, had things that didn't work. And again, that's not in this slide deck.
Yep.
But if it's going on behind the scenes, I look forward to the white paper getting us there.
Yep.
But that was a concern that I had. We've had a lot of kind of sweetness and light in this. There's a good reason for that. We've got a good administration. We've got a good district. We're achieving a great deal of successes. But I just wanted to comment that my concern was that we're not being critical enough of ourselves, or more important, or equally as importantly, that the money we paid you involved you being critical of us as well.
Yep, and we do. One of the things about this strategic plan is we have to think of it as a compass, not a plan. And this is where we're headed. This is where Douglas County is headed. And the point about, I think I said this in the beginning, you have to be clear about where you're going, but not be so certain about how you're going to get there. Because in many strategic plans that you see laid out that are, point by point by point, they never get anywhere. Why? Because they've got a plan that doesn't work. And so the pivoting and the ability of a system to be able to be flexible and move quickly, and that doesn't have so much paperwork and structure in it that you can't pivot. The district's positioning itself to move quickly. And part of what we're saying is, where do we start to do some of this work? Let's find a small unit somewhere out in the system that there's a lot of enthusiasm. Let's get them to start, and then see where we go, and make the plan based off of some of the actual success in the system, rather than trying to do it all at once. So we're working on it, and it's not even Jell-O yet. That part.
I would also like to add, of course, that our strategic plan is at the 100,000-foot level. So, you shouldn't expect a bulleted list of, every little thing our students are going to learn. It's very much kind of at a really high level. Of course, we're going to still be teaching our kids technology and how to use software packages and art and music and PE, all of those things. That's all taken for granted. But these are the areas where we're really going to be intentional as we move ourselves to the future, because we can't look at a list of 1,000 things and say honestly that we're being intentional about 1,000 things, right? This is where we're going to be really intentional as a system to help move into the future. Our kids are still learning so many amazing things in our schools, and they will absolutely continue to learn amazing things in our schools. And we will always learn from our failures. It's part of our climate and culture norms. Is safe mistakes. That means learning from your mistakes. That means getting up after failing. Resiliency speaks to that learning from your failures concept. And as a district, we certainly always want to learn from our failures and learn from the past. And a lot of this was informed myself and my cabinet, and in fact, Ray and his team heard us talk about some of our district's past quite explicitly, where we were like, yeah, no, we don't want to use language like XYZ because we're going to send our teachers into a panic. How do we make sure that we learn from how things have been implemented or pushed down in the past so that we can set ourselves up for more success? And do something a little more realistic. Does that speak a little more to what you were asking, Director Geiger?
No, it speaks to it, and I'm not surprised to hear any of it. I just think that when we say this is how we're developing it, it helps to say that out loud, and that's
Thank
why I
you.
wanted to hear it.
Thank you.
I like you raising it. It's important.
Okay. Well, I also view the strategic plan as just tonight, like an overview.
Yeah.
And more like what you said, Mr. McNulty, from the beginning, this is about hope, right? This is about what our goals and what we're striving for. And as we roll it out, I assume we'll get into more detail as that comes around, so.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's that fine balance between, as someone who I spend most of my time on the future of education, but when I meet with people, they're about the present and what has gone on. And so, to get the system to move to the future is a big shift. And so that's part of this work is emerging, and it's going to be a little painful here and there in the system, but it's been fun. Fun
Great.
work.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you
you
all.
very much.
She did not. All right. All right, we're moving into the policy governance section of the agenda. So moving into the approval of the board budget revision. So we were going to have a couple discussions. I'll let Director Thompson kick us off. But I do believe there were a couple discussions we were going to revisit.
All right, so the document that is on the screen right now has last year's budget, so our adopted budget, the final revised budget, what the actuals were, and then our adopted budget for this year, and then the difference. And I had the last time we had this discussion, we didn't have the actuals because it wasn't time yet for the end of the year. So now this includes the full actuals from last year, which I think is helpful for our conversation. Just some updates on, at the end of last year, or towards the end of last year, we discovered that we saved quite a bit in election fees. And so we had a conversation about different ways that we could repurpose those funds. And one of the ways that we had discussed was updating our software for the board. And we allocated $100,000 for the technology. And the cost, luckily, came in very reasonable. We're at around $20,000 for the cost of that. It's an annual cost. So we will definitely be under budget for technology and equipment. The other thing we talked about was the DAC, being able to pilot the DAC, having being live streamed and the cost for that. And so due to the fact that we've saved so much, my recommendation is that we use some of the savings that we have under technology and equipment to purpose for the DAC pilot. And potentially, if we decide we like it and that it's helpful and it's useful, that might help fund it for the rest of the year as well.
Great.
And then the last part was we had an addition to our budget under dues and fees. It is a little bit higher because of the Colorado School Finance Project dues coming out of the board budget. And so that is the increase there. And there was a discussion about if we needed to reallocate funds to pay for DAC, that we should maybe consider if we want to continue our membership with CSFP. So we all had a presentation tonight, and I figured it'd probably be best to kind of open the floor around our thoughts and takeaways from the presentation. And so, yeah.
Sure. So I actually have some questions, Superintendent Kane, around CSFP and what the district provides that is kind of an overlap and that sort of thing.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'm going to have CFO Schleissner come up and answer that. We certainly appreciate all of the work that CSFP does for many districts across our state. However, I'm also really proud of the incredible expertise that we have right here in Douglas County and with CFO Schleissner, so she can talk a little more to that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think last time I didn't take the time to recognize what she does do for the state and for school finance, at the Capitol and with the different reporting and information that she pushes out to us. So I really do appreciate that she spent the time talking about some of what she does, because they really do a lot of great things. Where I always struggle is the fee structure of School Finance Project. So we pay on a per pupil basis. So we paid $25,000 into School Finance Project. We are lucky with this large district to have a lot of in-house expertise that we're able to rely on. We have great relationships at the Capitol and our local politicians also and policymakers. So that part of it isn't as helpful for us because we're lucky enough to have it. It is very beneficial for some of the smaller school districts across the state. They have changed their model a little bit over the past few years to focus on some of that strategic expertise, the smaller school districts. So they do a lot of training sessions along with the Department of Education to help some of those smaller school districts, which again, we don't need that piece of it. We do utilize the monthly meetings that she has for all of us to attend. It's 2.5, 3 hours every month, and it does bring in some policy and legislative people that we might not have access to otherwise, and get to hear some of the background around what they're thinking and where they're heading. Some of that can be beneficial. I struggle with the fee structure again of my accounting mind goes to how much are we spending and how much benefit do we get out of that? And I haven't been able to get the math work for a while of spending $25,000 to listen to some of the legislative stuff that we have some access to as well, or it might just be interesting but not necessarily changing our stance or our views on things. So that's where I sit with it.
Director Weiniger.
Did this used to be budgeted, was it under the superintendent? Is it because it was used by you and you pushed it to the board because you thought maybe the board could use it? Or what was the reason why it's on our budget this year?
It was under finance.
Oh,
So it was under my budget. And I did that analysis that I just talked about of that cost benefit analysis and thought that I could utilize those dollars in a different way. But still thought that the board might find some value in that. Thought you guys could have that discussion on your end.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I guess for me personally, if it's not being used, if we aren't using it, we're getting our info from you. I haven't used it since I've been on the board. I would rather save our taxpayers that money and not be part of the association. And, you know, if time goes on and we find that we'd miss it and need that, we can always rejoin, I'm assuming, pretty easily. So that's my personal stance as a board member. I'd rather save, did you say it's 25,000 a year? Yeah.
Director Geiger?
So, to be clear, it used to be in finance. You, as the director of finance, as is your discretion, didn't want to spend the money, didn't find the value. But you wanted to give the board the discretion to spend that money anyway, correct? So this was to bring it to our attention. All right, I was not clear about that until today, and I want to thank you. Now I understand. I understand the concern about, you know, $25,000 here, $25,000 here, there, you're spending real money. That said, I don't fully agree with the idea that we solely evaluate this based on what it gives to Douglas County. The discussions that the school finance has with the state, the discussions that it brings to enable all districts to address the legislature and the governor and the policymakers together, is a value to us. And it's difficult to value, it is of course difficult to evaluate how much benefit we get from a communal process. But I'm not sure that it's none. And I'm far from convinced that it's none. I think this is a bad time for us to step out. I'll be very honest with you. I think we get extraordinary advice from our internal people. That said, I suspect for the next couple of years, we are going to be in some incredibly challenging circumstances. And while school finance does not do lobbying, they do information. And we are not always aligned with every small district in the state. One of the ways that the legislature gets away with some of the stuff they get away with is playing us against each other. More money to Denver, less money for Douglas County. We take a little bit from here, we take a little bit from there. It's a divide and conquer situation that I think the school finance tries to object to and tries to educate around. So while I understand, again, that $25,000 is real money, my position is that if we're going to move it to the board, I think we have the money to do it, and I think there's a communal value in having our legislatures, our governor, God bless him, better informed about what's going on. As I said, I don't think a lot of people downtown understand this, and then if we are willing to chip in some more to help educate them, I continue to think that's of value. And that's my opinion. I think that putting it into the board budget, at least for 1 or 2 more years while we figure out what's going to happen, is something that we can justify the spending on.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that this is exactly why we felt it would be an appropriate board discussion, because it's truly, it's a political decision, right, and a value in terms of Douglas County's position in lobbying and all of those kind of at that level. So that's why it's less of a pragmatic, we need the whoosy-whatsy from XYZ, and more of a decision on kind of that collective advocacy, and that seemed appropriate for a board-level discussion. So I hope that helps provide further context.
So just really quick, my position, thank you, by the way, for answering my question, is that simply because we have extra funds doesn't mean that we need or should spend it. I have personally never used any of the services that CSFP has provided, and I've been on the board almost 4 years, so I really struggle saying, yes, let's take that money on. I believe that we have, I know CFO Schleisner spends a ton of time at the Capitol and is part of those conversations on a regular basis. I also know that through our legislative priorities, we have a lobbyist that also is up there lobbying on behalf of Douglas County. And so I don't think that we need a third line of defense there. I think we have a couple that are as effective as they can be. So that is my stance. Director Myers.
Well, and I understand, my stance on this is with the anticipation of budget cuts coming down from the state, I'm all about tightening our belt. So I understand you get your information firsthand, and I know Ms. Rainey mentioned transparency, but we're transparent, correct? This is all transparent on the website, and I personally think I feel like we have experts in our own, and just a question, how many in your department, whatever, use this particular report from the Colorado School Finance Project? Who uses it?
Yeah, it's a great question. Two of us, Colleen Doan, Budget Director, and I are the ones who attend the meetings. And like Ms. Rainey said, she was on the advisory board, I think it was, with School Finance Project. The reports can be used by all of us for different reasons throughout the system. Some of them are publicly available on the website and some are not. Could we get those from other sources? Probably,
but you can get that information, right?
Yeah, yeah. And sometimes you can get them from other sources of Ledge Council and others also.
Thank you.
Director Thompson.
Just for context, how much do we spend on our lobbyist?
Sorry, I don't know that number off the top of my head, so I'll have to try to find it.
So I agree with Director Williams that, if we're going to pay for something, that we should be utilizing the service. And so the thing that kind of stuck out to me, I feel, was it's a nonpartisan source of financial data. And with this strong desire from our community about transparency and accountability, I do think that it's a strength to have a nonpartisan source just with interacting with our own constituents, let alone being able to provide impact to legislators and participate in these other activities. And so I was like, well, as I was listening to the presentation and going through the questions that I had, trying to weigh which ones would be of value for us, that was definitely the part that stood out the most to me. And that if this is a service that we decide that we want to continue, or if we want to continue membership, being very purposeful in the use of the data that they provide, maybe having a place, it could even be under our legislative section on the website, where it's nonpartisan data regarding one of our legislative priorities. And then as well as I was thinking those opportunities for our board committees, especially our oversight committees, because I think there's power in hearing it from an outside nonpartisan source, the work that we're doing, the fact that they would be able to do support meeting with our committees, things like that, I thought was helpful. As for some of the other things that was brought up, so one of it was talking about strategic budgeting, and I don't know if we've utilized any of that with them, or we.
Yes, thank you for that question. First of all, we pay our lobbyists $51,000 a year.
Thank you.
That's the contract. I just found the contract. On strategic priority budgeting, we actually used to do that. With our last strategic plan, it continued all the way till maybe a year or possibly two ago. And for our district, it was extremely burdensome to do and not incredibly pragmatic, because what do you put a teacher's salary to in terms of your strategic priority, or what do you put various costs that we have, what do you put the transportation department to in terms of a strategic priority? So it was a system where we had to pick for every single expenditure, like a bus or a transfer, or a teacher salary or whatever. We had to pick a strategic priority, and it was extremely burdensome for our budgeting department. So we have tried something like that before. As we have our new strategic plan, we're certainly open to looking at it again. We do know how to do that. It's just, it sounds really great, but it is extremely burdensome. I don't know if you want to add to that, but is that a pretty good summary? Yeah.
And then some of the, where was it at? I wrote it down. So they mentioned that directors can visit or attend some of those meetings and the conference based off of your attendance in those meetings and attendance at the conferences. What would be of value for board directors?
I think for the monthly meetings, hearing from our legislators and policymakers gives a lot of insight into where the state's heading and how they got where they are. So I think that could be of some benefit as you guys talk about your legislative priorities and help advise us on where to go with our lobbyists. The conference is very school finance, nuts and bolts related, so I don't know that that would be as helpful. There are legislative components to it, but I think a lot of it's very CFO, nuts and bolts-ish from what I've seen. But I do think the monthly meetings, there could be some value there.
Okay. I know that we've seen like their slide decks, et cetera, especially after the accountability process that or not accountability, what's the
adequacy?
Adequacy, thank you, not accountability. The adequacy study, I know we've seen their slide decks. Those have been repurposed. They presented to the board when we were seeking the MLO bond, so that was before my time. But I don't know thoughts on that presentation, or if, I'm trying to think, it was 2021, so it might not have been when you guys have been, depending on the time of year.
I was on the board at that time, it was before everyone else was on the board.
Just the utility of it.
Would you like me to speak to that?
Yes, please.
If I can. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, because it was so long ago. It was a presentation just on basic school finance, state issues, policy changes, the impact of legislative policies on the budget, et cetera, from what I can remember. I haven't had a chance to kind of pull that up and look. I mean, and honestly, I've been kind of quiet just because the Colorado School Finance Project is one of my clients. I have about a dozen different clients that I work with in Colorado, and they are one of them. And so, I didn't feel like I should weigh in too much in that regard, and was really happy that Ms. Rainey could be here tonight to kind of share directly those services and products that they offer. And I think when I'm just sitting here kind of listening, trying to think, we actually approved the budget in June, and those dues were part of the budget at that time. But I don't think any of us realized that the dues were part of our budget. So in essence, it sounds like the finance department moved dues into the board's budget without having a conversation. And we're having the conversation now. And I think we're having the conversation now because I raised the idea of having a pilot for a DAC streaming opportunity, given the request that has come up time and time again from DAC and SAC members. And so I guess I'm just sitting here trying to reconcile, we never had the conversation. It was just really put into our budget and we approved it. And now we find ourselves, do we want to go back and not approve the dues anymore in order to have the DAC streaming pilot
And no one's really talked about the DAC streaming pilot as well. So I think that needs to be brought into the conversation as well.
Yeah, I agree. I just was trying to do one at a time, and it is absolutely, I can take responsibility for not catching the fees getting moved over. I should have seen that, and I didn't, so that is why we're looking at that now. As far as the DAC goes, I think we should talk about it. I've had a lot of time to think about it since the last conversation we had in June, and I actually went and researched other school districts nearby. I went to Jeffco, Littleton, Denver, and Cherry Creek. None of our neighboring school districts actually live stream their DAC meetings. $5,000 seems like a lot of money per meeting. And while I understand the desire to reach more parents, I started thinking even if 100 people logged in, we are essentially paying $50 per person to have them attend a meeting. And I really struggle with that. In addition, even at our last DAC meeting, when we were talking about this, we were talking about live stream when we do our 2 virtual meetings. I think the chair was speaking and said, we even get done when we're on, when we're doing the virtual meetings instead of in person. And I think part of that speaks to just the fact that people are logged in doesn't equal engagement. And so I worry that we're just trying to get people who are logged in versus people who are actually engaged. And so I'm really struggling getting to that point where I think that it's money well spent.
President Williams, in all honesty, I'm kind of struggling with, moving forward with the DAC streaming right now, with it happening after November as well, because there's going to be 4 new board members. And we all know when 4 new board members come in, they may decide they don't want to stream DAC either at that point in time. And so even if we move forward with saying we're going to do something in after November, I don't feel confident guaranteeing people that we're actually going to do that, because I have been on a board where, 4 new members come on, and I mean, they can fire a superintendent without cause. They can, cancel retreats. They can make decisions based on whatever they want to do. So at this point in time, I'm kind of struggling with pushing for DAC streaming as well, because I'm not feeling confident that I can even make that promise at this point in time.
Okay.
Does, Director Thompson, do you have everything you need for
I think we have
where the
to
board
vote.
stands? Oh, we have to vote on it.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I would just state that, oh, sorry. Is it okay if I go?
Yeah,
I was just
sorry,
responding
Director-
to her.
Director
But-
Thompson, yes.
All right, so I will just state that I agree with Director Geiger when it comes to, I do think we should move forward with the CSFP. However, I think I say that with, we need to be intentional about using the service for board business and policy if we move forward with it.
Yeah, so I guess to what Director Meek just said, I think that dependent upon who comes in, they may or may not agree with doing it. So you may want to consider until next year moving forward. I mean, I've already said what my
Oh, the
opinion
fees
is.
will be paid, though.
Right, but what I'm saying is that, like, for me personally, right now, I don't see a purpose in it. So maybe you wait until next year and decide again whether or not to move forward. I personally don't see the benefit for us. And I appreciate what Ms. Rainey does. Like, I don't want to sound like I don't appreciate what she does, but for our district, I am struggling. Director Myers.
So when do we pay those fees?
Thank you.
Have we, I mean,
was the question.
so when have we already done that for another year, or when is our time up?
We
invoices.
approved the fees already. I think right now we're just deciding, do we really want to go back and not move forward with what we approved in June?
Right, I understand that, but what I'm asking is, are we coming up on the end of a contract with them, or when is the renewal?
I think we asked that we would hold off on paying until this discussion is what our
Correct.
discussion was in June.
Yes, we are ready to pay them. It was kind of contingent on this discussion.
So to clarify, they are due, okay. They are due, but and it runs 25, 26? It's consistent with the school year? Okay, so we approved a budget in June that paid those dues. We have held off actually paying those dues, so at the very minimum, we have to have a motion to modify or to amend the Board of Education budget to remove the payment of those bills. Or we can pay them for one more year and then let the next board, whoever they are, make that decision for 26, 27. Those seems to me like the two options that we have.
Oh, sorry, Director Thompson.
So I don't think we actually have to take a vote. Technically, I have the authority to make adjustments to the budget as treasurer. I brought it to the board because I wanted to bring it to the board for consensus.
Yeah, well, if we make a modification, we do have to take a vote.
So we plan on changing a line item amount tonight, or just, I mean, because that would mean we're going to change the amount in our adopted budget tonight, or we're just not going to pay this item?
What's the easiest way to do that?
Well, based on my listening to your conversation, it sounds like you had general consensus to just let it be, rather than switching out the CFP for DAC live streaming right now. It sounded like you want to have a new board vote on it when they arrive, but perhaps I misunderstood.
I think that that's true with the DAC, but I'm not sure where we are on the CSFP. So.
My concern is that we adopted the budget in June. We did not notify the public that today's discussion was going to be about modifying the budget. Now, maybe I'm missing that somewhere on here, and it does say approval of the board budget revision, but it did not make it clear what that revision was going to be. And I don't know if the public cares or not, but I do want to be very straightforward with them about it. The DAC is an additional spend. We have to approve that. We are now talking about revising a line item that we adopted in June, and I don't know that we have fully notified everybody about that. I wish this wasn't due right now. I understand why we want to have that discussion, but that was not how it was. The board budget revision is not included in this posted board budget. And so I'm very concerned about we are not giving the public straightforward information. I still think we go with the budget we've approved and then we reanalyze it in June. That's my position. I think the public has a right to know everything we do.
And we did talk about this in June, stating that this is what we were going to talk about. Director Moore.
So I appreciate everybody's comments. I've just been listening and thinking about it. And I personally am in favor of reducing the dues and fees by the amount due for that service that we haven't really used. However, part of me also thinks it's a decision that really should be made by the next board. Maybe not. It's inappropriate for us to make that decision today on behalf of another board who isn't even here yet. And so is it appropriate to, I will take the position that we should not pay for the service now. However, reducing the line item by that $25,000, I think is what we're talking about, I think really should be the decision of the following group. Because we really only have a handful of months as a current board, and this decision would affect that next group.
So your opinion is we should not pay the dues and continue forward with the service itself, but leave the budget line the way that it is so that if the next board wants to do it, then they can?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm actually fine with that as well. I would be good with that. Director Thompson?
Yep, I would just caution, when our discussions and decisions around what we will and will not vote on. Otherwise, why are we going to hold meetings for the next 2 months knowing that the board's going to change, right? Because technically, we can make that argument for every vote we take. And so, I mean, I hear what everyone's saying. I just want to issue caution on that.
Yeah, that is fair.
So I think all I needed was consensus, and I've got consensus, so I think we're fine. I don't think any other votes needed. I'll just follow the consensus of the board. I mean, that's why I brought it, instead of just making the call.
We don't have to if we're not going to change a line item. Like that was the whole thing. I think Director Thompson's right.
And staff has heard as well, so.
So to be clear, you're going to leave the line item but not pay the CSFP?
The general technology, not technology, the dues and fees, the amount in our adopted budget at this time is going to stay the same. Whether or not that changes in a future revision is obviously when the next board's here. It's just what we're going to pay out of that. I've got consensus not to pay out of that specific area.
All right, well, then we will move on then to the approval of board committee priorities. We had the pleasure of spending a good portion of our day when we had our retreat talking about our board priorities, and then we had the opportunity to talk to the board or the committee members that showed up in the afternoon. So I think what we'll do is we'll just go through these quickly and see if there's any concerns. We'll start with Appendix A, which is the District Accountability Committee. I know Director Meek and I were able to talk with DAC about these priorities, and I don't feel I heard any concerns. Director Meek, do you feel the same?
I agree.
Okay, so any questions there? All right, good. We'll go to Appendix B, which is Fiscal Oversight Committee. So I'll let Directors Thompson and Weiniger talk about that. Have you had a chance to talk to your committees and that sort of thing?
Yeah, so obviously during the retreat, we had opportunity to review and incorporated the feedback. And then we actually recently had a agenda calendar planning meeting with FOC where we reviewed again, and it was actually already built into their calendar for the year, so.
Awesome.
Yeah, we already met with the chair and Jana and went through these, and yeah, I think they're all in agreement, just like she said.
Awesome. Okay, well, so we'll go into Appendix C, which is Long Range Planning Committee, and I'll hand that over to Directors Geiger and Moore.
We discussed this both at length because, of course, LRBC showed out really well at the retreat.
Yes, they did.
They love to brag about that, and I love to brag it on it. We discussed these priorities a great deal. These are more specific than they have been in the past because we have very specific issues about the new boundaries at 50 and 51. So we discussed this both at the retreat and at the LRPC meeting 2 weeks ago. And then Director Moore and I reviewed these together. And so they feel appropriate, and there are certainly things that the LRPC really wants to do.
Good. Awesome. All right, we'll move to Appendix D, which is the Mill Bond Oversight Committee. No longer ad hoc?
Yep, so we just have the first point as we normally did, and then we added the second point emphasizing, well, the first point was about the MLO, and the second point's emphasizing the bond that just passed. And they
Great.
both saying to monitor, and yeah, pretty basic for it, MBOC.
Perfect. All right, and then moving on to Appendix E, which is the Student Advisory Group, Directors Myers and Meek.
Well, we didn't have any of our SAG leadership show up for our retreat, but we did have Catherine, but she's not our leadership, but she came from, we got feedback from her, but, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director Meek, I think with our meetings that we had this summer, and then when I had the meeting with the kids later on in the summer, that this is what they've been talking about, student voice, broadening communication, so this looks good. What do you think, Director Meek?
Yep, looks good.
If I may?
Yes.
And I think it probably falls under these, but I sent an email about it. At the time we developed these, we did not have the results of the student survey. And so I think maybe there is room in here for a number 5, or it can be included in some of the others to say, review the results of the student survey and give opinions about ways to, the student engagement survey, and give opinions about ways to address concerns expressed in there. And I mean, that was the only thing I thought. I thought that's a new piece of information that we have that SAG, I think, could perhaps play a role in evaluating things like, one of the areas that our students had concerns is they don't feel part of the overall school. And that seems to me like right up SAG's alley.
And that has been a point of conversation about how we're going to communicate out. So we're not voting tonight, right?
No, we are.
We are. Director Meek, I mean, we've heard it, we could add it, what do you think?
I really like the suggestion.
So would you like to add it under number 2 as another bullet point where it says strengthen student voice with the Board of Education? And then we can just put in a bullet point around feedback around the surveys?
Yes, that seems like a good place to look at it.
So let's see, provide feedback. So provide feedback around student surveys. Is that adequate, or would you like to add additional?
I think that that's broad enough and that they can kind of decide where to go from there on
Okay.
the direction of.
Are you good with that, Directors Myers and Meek?
I'm good with that.
I wasn't sure I heard the final language.
It was very simple. Provide feedback around student surveys. Or annual student survey.
How about provide additional context, or, I don't know, I'm sitting here kind of struggling. I think there was 2 areas. One was helping to provide additional context, but the second was also helping to enhance engagement levels with the survey. It felt like there were two areas in particular that we talked about.
Okay, so my thought on that would be if we're looking for engagement, it should probably go under number 1, which is the broaden the communication strategies. And that could be where we talk about engagement around the surveys. But then maybe under number 2, we could just say something like analyze and make recommendations around student surveys.
Yeah, I would avoid the word recommendations. I really think it's feedback.
Okay, so how
And
about
it's
analyze and provide
additional
feedback?
student perspectives around the student survey data. I mean, I think that's what we're asking them for, is additional perspectives around the student survey data.
Yeah, okay. So how about for under number 2, a second bullet that says, provide additional perspective around student survey data. And then under number 1, we'll need to come up with one around strategize engagement opportunities around the student survey.
Can't you just put it under that bullet, create a consistent method to share SAG updates, surveys, in parentheses? Sorry, I'm talking to Christy. Create a consistent method to share SAG updates, parentheses, website section, newsletter, social media, surveys, and collect students' data. Can we just not do that?
I would be fine with that. Would everyone be okay just adding another word in the parentheses that says surveys or survey? No, because it's not the same thing, actually. Never mind. Well, yeah, it would be a second bullet just around strategize ways to engage students or increase participation in student surveys. All right, is everyone okay with that? See, strategize ways to increase participation in student surveys or with student surveys. Is everyone okay with that? Second bullet? Great. All right, I can take a motion now.
Move to adopt the priorities and exhibits as amended.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Sorry, aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. Moving on to the discussion around the resolutions with the CASB. Director Thompson.
Yep, so the way I was thinking to approach this is first see if there were any resolutions that any of you guys reviewed that you might want to discuss. If there are none highlighted, I do have a few highlighted. So kind of the approach I was going at was just aligning it with our legislative priorities. Does it fit within our legislative priorities is kind of like the metric. But there were a couple that were a gray area when it comes to like that direct alignment with our legislative priorities. So I will just highlight those. So number 5 was alternative education campuses. So this is removing AEC data from district frameworks. And for this one, it's removing an entire data set. So for us, I would assume, and the way that I interpret this is like, we have alternative campuses within our own district, including charters. That would be that data being removed from the framework, and the idea is to avoid punitive impacts. Of course, I always err on the side of keeping data.
But isn't it separate? Is it same remove?
Yeah, so it says separating the data from other performance data. So the idea is that they're general performance data would be what districts are rated on, and that data would be reported, but it would be segregated. And that is how I interpreted that.
But the data's there.
I will add, so when you're looking at the different resolutions, they did mark if it was unanimously supported by the committee, which, there might be different reasons why it wasn't unanimously supported. It could still be a good resolution, but that's just one note when looking at the document.
I mean, maybe we stay neutral, because I don't even know either.
I would have trouble supporting 5 as written, in part because it's really badly written. And I'm not sure who it applies to. I think it's relatively unclear about what an AEC is. I think much more clarity in what it's meaning to do would be necessary before I'd be comfortable with it.
Yeah, I actually agree with that, either neutral or a no. Is where I would land.
Any other thoughts?
Anyone else?
We're moving on.
Okay.
All right, then.
Director Williams?
Sorry, Director Meek.
Yeah, just a quick question. Director Myers, I'm wondering if staff has had an opportunity to review these resolutions and weigh in on them at all?
Oh, no, I think she meant Director Dawson. It's okay. It's late.
What, did I say the wrong name? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
so I haven't sought out staff, but you guys are more than welcome to provide input if you would like.
I just know sometimes it's really helpful for staff to have an opportunity. And I wonder if maybe even since it sounds like maybe they haven't, just if there's an opportunity for them to review them and give you feedback before being a delegate as well.
That would be helpful. I feel like Matt would have opinions on this one.
Yes, thank you. That would be very helpful for us to be able to take a look and provide you feedback. As for the AEC resolution in particular, we don't feel like it impacts us one way or another.
Okay. Great. On to the next.
All right, number 8. So this one is legislation allowing one at-large, out-of-district candidate to be appointed or elected to occupy a seat on a district board of education in the district which an immediate family member is enrolled as a student.
But it's just allowing, right? So it's not mandating.
So one is, this background for this one is talking about how this impacts like small rural districts where the majority of the students now comprise, like they make up more or the majority of the student population are actually people who live out of district. Where I'm struggling on this one is, Colorado law currently requires school board members to reside in the district that they serve, and this is really tied to local taxation. So residents pay property taxes that fund the district, and so they have representation on the board. So to me, this is a local control issue.
I agree with that, actually. I would, yes, I think consensus is probably a no on this one.
And then the last one, sorry. And then the last one, and actually this would be really helpful to have staff input on. So it's number 9. And for this one, it did get a favorable recommendation from the full committee. And this one says that CASB supports legislation that restores local control over teacher and principal evaluation systems, allowing school districts to design and implement evaluation frameworks that meet the unique needs of their students, educators, and communities.
I actually love this. So yes, 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 and yes. Yes.
Yeah, that one is just, I could argue, we have like oppose added evaluation mandates and, flexibility in things as our legislative priorities, but this was a little hard for me. And also, I think we have our staff member that participates now actively in the development of rubrics. So I know that we've done great work in this and making it work for our district, and that we now have helpful influence, but, okay. And unless you guys have one?
Nope, I think that was good. Thank you for the work around that. All right. We will then move on to the discussion of the Community Connections Plan. Director Meek, I know it's late, but I'm going to turn it over to you.
And I'm probably calling people the wrong name at this point.
You're
I
good.
apologize. At our retreat, we had a really great conversation around our experience so far with the Community Connections Plan. We've completed 2 years, and we were talking about the 3rd year. And so the memo I shared kind of summarizes that people on the board appreciated the systemic and intentional design of the plan that we've been using, the breadth and inclusiveness of the stakeholder outreach, and the quality of the feedback that we've received. And we talked about ways for improvement as well with the timing and alignment, making sure that we are timing it such that when we're talking about reviewing our ends and looking at strategic planning milestones, all of that's included in the timing of those engagements. Making sure that our outreach is targeted to, we talked about certain groups for this upcoming year, those being senior citizens, support staff, mental health providers. All of that's updated in the plan. We talked about also recognizing and thanking people for participating in the process by giving them maybe like a lapel pin or something like that. So those were some of the major insights from that conversation. So I have a draft plan. One of the things I tried to do in the plan is simplify it a little bit from the prior plan, which was a little longer than this one. But we wanted to bring this back to look at those core questions for the upcoming school year. These questions, proposed questions, are really to get everyone's feedback on tonight and agreement, because I know we're anxious to get started with our first round of engagement opportunities. I drafted these before seeing the strategic plan slides for tonight, but knowing that the strategic plan content would be rolling out, the very first question on the bottom of page 1 is really around, what areas of alignment do you see between the board's end statements and the new DCSD strategic plan? Trying to help people, see the connections between our ends and the strategic plan. On the next page 2, it goes on. The second question is, does this new strategic plan proactively address the biggest challenges you believe DCSD will face in the coming years? And the third one, what makes you or your organization feel heard, seen, and valued in your interactions with the district? There's a couple of questions for our board committees. Asking question 4, what areas of alignment do you see between the new strategic plan and your board committee's current priorities and work? And number 5, are there ways your committee could better support the implementation of the strategic plan? And then number 6 is for a proposed question for our external partners for mental health organizations that we talked about. And that question is, what areas of alignment do you see between the board's end statements and your organization's work with students and families? Then it shows the different stakeholder groups that are identified for the year in the chart on the bottom of page 2 to the top of page 3. And those are really the major components that just wanted to get everyone's feedback on.
I actually like your questions, and I think they are valuable considering what we're working on with the strategic plan, so thank you. Everyone else good? Yeah, we're good there?
It's very solid.
Good work.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we'll then move into item 11.6, the discussion on the board agenda and monitoring report calendar. And Director Meek had asked me to pull this off so that we could just have a quick discussion. So Director Meek, I'll let you talk again. Sorry.
It's okay. Hopefully this will hold out. Yeah, so thank you very much for pulling this off so we can talk about it. I actually have a work conflict on the proposed or the set CASB retreat date, which is Wednesday, December 10th. And so just wanted to flag that. I know 4 of the individuals that we need to coordinate with are not on the board currently. So my recommendation is we either change the Wednesday date to that Saturday, or we find just another date that works for everyone. And I'm wondering if we just open it up to the individuals who are candidates. Like we would propose maybe a date or two and see if we can just confirm a date that works for everyone. I know sometimes weekdays are hard for individuals that work, and so a Saturday might be more inclusive, and maybe even like a local retreat might be more viable as well. So I just wanted to open it up to the board and give notice that that Wednesday won't work for me.
Yeah, so thank you. And Director Thompson, I'm not trying to kick the can because this is a scheduling thing, I do think it's different. And I actually had some similar thoughts as you, Director Meek. Maybe we could send a survey out to all 8 of the candidates that are running and kind of see what their thoughts are too. And then revisit this discussion. But if we wanted to add in another date that works, I think that's fine. I know for me personally, giving up a Saturday when that's days with my kids is really hard. So I could see it both ways because it can also conflict like you're having with work. So I could see it go either way. And so I think it's probably best to let those who will be sitting up here make that decision. And I also think we should consider that staff would need to be there as well. So just, I think, a little bit of time to look at that. But if there's other dates you want to throw out, and then maybe we can ask that we send a survey out to the candidates, I think that's probably the best way to go.
Having a full-time job, like many others do, that Wednesday's a stretch for me. Not that I don't enjoy the more time at the Broadmoor, but I would say, we have confirmed there are only 8 candidates who have picked up petitions. Is that correct? I'm getting a yes. I think at least an email to those 8 makes perfect sense to me and say, would you prefer it here or another day in December?
Yeah, I would just make sure that that you definitely get a retreat scheduled only because of legislative priorities and session starts in January. So that's the only thing that I would caution. But if you want to, if maybe we want to try to come up with dates, the 3 of you guys are available, and then ask Debbie to send something out, that would be great. Does that work? Director Thompson?
Yeah, and I'll just put on the record, Saturday is fine for me. So
Okay.
if we hear it's fine with everyone else, then I think we have an easy date.
Yeah, and I can make a quick, easy change to the calendar. It's not going to be a problem. So,
My kids left, so Saturdays aren't.
all right, does that work for everyone? Does everything else look okay on the calendar?
So I think the only other thing I was going to ask about the board monitoring that's due in, well, December retreat. The GP 1.1, the board's governing style and self-evaluation. I think that's perfect for topics, especially for a brand-new board coming together to have those conversations and, begin, that learning process. I'm wondering, I think we probably need to assign those, and I'm guessing Director Geiger or Thompson or I will need to probably sign up for those.
Yes. I was actually going to wait until we had this discussion before I asked Debbie to send a sign up out for everybody.
Okay.
Because I wanted to make sure everyone was good with the dates and, or at least we'll know that everyone's okay with it being done at that retreat. So I just didn't want to, I didn't want to send something out until we had a discussion. Director Weiniger.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, just my other question on the dates, it just seems like there's a whole lot of monitoring in July.
Yes. It was just
So I
because there
wonder
wasn't
if that would be-
another, there wasn't another retreat scheduled, and from our conversation,
Okay.
that's where
okay.
it was. I'm happy to move
Got it.
any of the ones you guys want to, if that's what you would like.
I mean, that's kind of what I pictured, was we kind of do them all at once at a retreat, and obviously spread them out on who does them. But in saying that, I noticed September 9th board meeting had one of them on there, if we could move that to the October work session. But it's just the
Oh, yeah, it is
BSLs,
there. That's,
but-
that, actually, I put them on the October work session and just didn't take them off the September, so thank you.
And this isn't something we're stuck to, right? It's more of like
Right.
a guideline
Yeah.
of what, okay. So it can always change.
Okay, so I think the plan is I will make this September change, and then if everyone feels comfortable with them otherwise, I will work with Debbie to come up with a schedule so everyone can sign up for the different self-evaluations, and then we will also work to get with the 8 candidates about the dates in December.
So I guess the only other thing is tonight we already decided EL2 would get moved. So maybe it makes sense to acknowledge that in what we're approving.
I'll move EL2. I'm sorry, and do you want me to do December? Okay.
Knowing that, again, we can move things around, but it just seems weird to approve it knowing that we're moving it, so.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna take off the BSLs in September, move EL2 to December, and we'll get with candidates to come up with a better day for, I'm just gonna write that there's a December retreat. I'm just gonna take out the date for right now. And that's it. So is everyone good with that?
Yes. Thank you. As always, thank you to President Williams for her detailed work on this.
Okay, all right. I don't think we need to vote on that. I think we're good. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and move into the Board of Education reports. We're gonna start with a reflection on the board retreat. Just to kind of, we've talked a lot about the things that we did. We did the Community Connections Plan. We also talked about board priorities and our self-evaluations. I'm making changes to the policy governance section in our handbook. I promised that I would get them out after my kids started school, which happened yesterday, so I will do that shortly and get that out to everyone. And then the afternoon was really great. We had our committee members come and we were able to discuss, number one, the priorities, but then also have them kind of cross-pollinate and make and have discussions about how their committees work and what works for them, what's not working, those sorts of conversations. And a lot of it was around communication and having representation on other committees. So the board agreed that we felt it was important to allow our committees to cross-pollinate just during the regular year. So the board chairs have been talking amongst themselves about how that's going to work. And I think that they have a great plan, and it's not something that we mandated as a board, but it sounds like everyone was in agreement, and so that's how we will move forward there. So anybody else want to talk about Director Weiniger?
Just to expand on the cross-pollination among our committees, they have met outside of the retreat and have come up with some ideas and plan on how they'll have different liaisons on the committees and even like a recruitment plan where they all can have a day of getting volunteers for their committees. And so it's been really good.
Director Thompson?
I think our retreats have a history of going really well and being very productive. And so just a little bit of appreciation to the board for that. And I would just, I agree with what's been stated so far and just wanted to share a little bit of appreciation for our committee members that were able to make it out. And obviously being able to tour the facility was a really nice experience, seeing that service that the district provides. And our guide was very charismatic and informative and made me want to participate at that facility. And we heard that other directors in the past got to like jump off of, what is it? There's just like a free fall jump or whatever, and like,
yes.
So I don't know, maybe we should have some conversations, maybe some like trust exercises there, I don't know. I felt the conversations were really productive. We got such thoughtful feedback on the priorities. Obviously, we were able to make edits to them and I think improve on them based off that feedback. And we're just very fortunate to have such dedicated and informed volunteers serving in our committees.
Director Geiger?
I would only add, the members of the LRPC who were there found it very helpful. I think this is a tradition we need to continue. Stone Canyon remains a fascinating facility if we can ever find the best ways to make it more useful for our district, including things that I learned the first time about this. It's a bit far away, but I had one other point, and it is 10:30 at night, and it has gone away, so it must have been vital. But I think we need to continue this. I think it's a value to our community, our committees.
Great. All right. With that, I will move in.
I thought of it.
Oh, yeah.
Our video came out great.
Oh, it did. Right. All right, so President reports, the next meeting of the Board of Education is September 9th. Agenda planning for that meeting will be this Thursday, August 21st at 10:30 at Inverness. What I've been doing over the last few weeks since our board retreat has been all the fun back to school stuff. I did the leadership summit, the new teachers, just the excitement going into those rooms is really exciting and fun. But I think one of the neatest things for me is to see how many people are coming back to Douglas County. Those who left and are now coming back. It speaks volumes to all the work that we've been doing, so thank you. And then the first day of school, I don't know how Superintendent Kane and Debbie planned it, but we were able to be there for all the clap-ins, I think. Like, so as they were walking by, I think we went to, and so every single one we hit. And then we also got to see, new carpet and playgrounds and that sort of stuff too. So it was really exciting. Then the DAC meeting was last week. I had to leave a little bit early. I had to pick up a kid from an audition that was not planned. So anyway, I was there though. They voted on leadership, and then they have the UIP, their special meeting for UIP is at the end of this month. So that will be good. And I will let Director Meek talk about anything they talked about after I left. So, oh yeah, and we were able to talk about our priorities, which we've already talked about. So that's what I have. Director Weiniger.
Yes, welcome back to school. I enjoyed the first day as well. I got a clap in Sage Canyon, and that was one of the best experiences. Is clapping in the kids when this is their first day and they're so cute, all dressed up. And then I went to some other schools I hadn't been to yet before. Southridge, one of our older Castle Rock elementary schools, they do a great job. It has so much character and they keep it really nice. And same with Cherry Valley, obviously. They're our unique school out near Elbert, and loved Larkspur as well, although I didn't get to see a bear across the street like Miss Radar did, but maybe next time I'll see a bear. But yeah, loved it. It was great. Also over the summer, I got to do the MBOC field trip to our school sites, which was also great. I wish Miss Millay was here to present because she has so many nuggets of random information about the schools. Like she knows so much about them, and she has so much passion for it. So I know she'll do a great job as our COO. And then I also attended the Redstone Safe Station AED, which we honored earlier in this meeting. Is really interesting to me. Obviously, the whole dedication to the father that had a heart attack outside the school, or I think it was cardiac arrest technically. Very heartfelt, very well done. I love that we were able to do that for this family and for our community. It was really interesting, all the technology involved in getting one outdoors because of the extreme weather. And you can't let it get too cold or too hot. And then all the security around it so it doesn't get stolen or vandalized. So is really well done. Like you go thinking, oh, it's just a ribbon cutting for a heart thing or heart AED thing, and you're like, what all can they talk about? And they did such a great job, and you realize how important it is, and I really appreciated going to that. And then the last thing I wanted to touch on is I attended Partnership Douglas County Governments, and actually Ms. Kane presented, did a great job. She touched high level on our strategic plan and just some other things that our district's looking forward to. And just a random thing that I'm really excited about is our transportation. We're going to eventually not have blackout weeks anymore for our buses. We'll have full schedules to where they were before. Well, not all the way before, but to where they were maybe before blackouts. But that's good news. So I just have MBOC coming up next week, and I think that's it.
All right, I'll start with you, Director Meeks, since I know you probably want to be done.
I honestly don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, Director Thompson?
Yep, so I enjoyed first day school visits. I was able to tour with Danny, and of course, I let him know that it's always a pleasure because he's so charismatic and energetic, and everybody's so happy to see him, and it relieves a lot of social pressure from me. But it was really enjoyable. There was one common theme across every single location we visited: calm and collected. Like everyone was just chill for the first day, and it was very impressive. Like just back in routine, and yeah, so that was really enjoyable. And then very appreciative they give us a little bit of their time on the first day back as well. Director Weiniger gave solid updates on the visit. I agree. It would be nice to hear from Jackie about some of those nuanced details about the different school sites. She's very exciting to listen to and gets you hyped up about what we're doing. And then I also attended a conference, so it was the AVID conference that staff went to, and they have a one-day leadership component, so it's free to district leaders to attend it. So I attended that. It went for a few hours, first half of the day, and I just got to hear about the AVID program, their model, how it's utilized in districts. I think it's a focus on a lot of the skill building, all the things that we've been talking about as priorities, especially around like the functional skills, study habits, how to take good notes, how to manage a notebook, and how to collect data around learning. So one of the things that was most compelling for me was collecting data around relational capacity, because learning is a social activity. And so how do you collect data to measure that? Because that's an indicator of success. And then it ends with students coming in and presenting on how they've benefited. And so they made comments about benefiting in like public speaking skills, being able to communicate effectively with others,
great note-taking, being able to study better for tests, feeling that they're being successful at school. Some shared very personal stories about how they feel like the programs have saved them. And they had a lot of really amazing things to say about the instructors that have supported them. And then they went around to everybody that was there and they opened their notebooks and showed us like their active notebooks. That was pretty cool to see. So I think it would be great for y'all to learn more about it. And so maybe we could look at adding that to the agenda, just a presentation on Avid and maybe hear from students about how it helps and supports them. Because we offer it elementary, middle, and high school. So it's a very cool program. And that's it for me.
Great. Director Myers?
I attended a DCYI meeting August the 11th. Our new date for the Youth Congress is September 29th at Legacy. They liked the model so well of the round tables, round robin tables. We're doing that, and quite a few of our cabinet looks like is going to be there. This is at Legacy Campus. Last Friday, I attended the 20th anniversary of the DCYI. There was ice cream, recognitions. Marsha Alston was given an award. All of our SAG leaders attended and lots of students from the Youth Commission. So it was kind of a fun night, games and, like I said, ice cream. Let's see, August the 6th, the new teacher day. Lots. I like to see the new teachers and the returning teachers, and it's just kind of interesting, and everybody's pumped up that day. August the 13th, I also went to the school visits with Miss Hyatt, and I tried to do a different feeder every year, so it just appears teachers are happy, everyone's organized, and I think they're all ready to get back to school. And that's it. Oh, SAG kickoff is this next Monday at Echo Park Stadium.
Director Geiger?
Director Moore and I went to the LRPC meeting. I've already done an update on that. They're working on a more consistent kind of yearly schedule so that they know what they're addressing. They're very excited because it's LRPC to be involved in the nuts and bolts of the new boundaries on 50 and 51. And I think they'll be very helpful on that. The highlight of the meeting was a presentation by COO Millay about the bond progress. That went over very well. That was her first appearance in front of the LRPC, but she killed. And I suspect she and that committee will work greatly together. I did go to the new teacher orientation. That was exciting. One of the most exciting moments is that I have two friends who've recently retired from the district, one an assistant principal, one a longtime English teacher, and their son was there starting his first day at Highlands Ranch High School. To watch that continue is exciting. He's easy to pick out. He's about 6'7". So that was exciting. I was with Ian Wells and Brian Condon. We had a lovely trip. Mr. Condon has an excellent Cadillac that he drove us around in. We had a great time seeing everyone. We missed all the clap-ins, but we did get to see a lot of staff, including a couple of schools where we were consolidating, and to meet with them and see how they're doing and the chance to talk to them. That was important as well. I enjoyed it a great deal. And the schools that have been renovated, again, paint, carpet, the whole bit, that makes a huge difference in how those schools present. Partnership with Douglas County Governments, I was there as well. Superintendent Kane. We had a very good turnout at the Highlands Ranch Senior Center, which is very nice. And I thought it went over very well, and a lot of people from our district, or a lot of people from our county heard very good things about our district, as always. So it was been a lot, it seems like. Thank you.
Director Moore?
Nothing else to add.
Great. Moving to item 13, adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore? Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger? Aye. Passes 7-0. Meeting adjourned.